Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は113日目です。It is day 113. We yesterday we unlocked all of the remaining kanji for level 11. So that places us on a 5-day timer before level 12. We're going to be squeezing in, so to speak, later today. All right, so we have a few. So there they are. Nice. Let's warm up the hands here. I had like 4 from yesterday. Okay. All right. So, cho. Shiz. And oof. And shaky. Wobbly. Wait. Arakaji. Arakajime. Beforehand. Kakasu. Kakasu. Do without. Right. So this is where we pause on here. This one from yesterday, and it was more the definition. So one thing we can do is cuss from kasu. We can do without cussing, right? And then and I think this part, which was moto. The request. You know, this part, emote to keep pets away. Okay. That's it. Let's get into it. 123. 1, 2, 3 reviews for today. We're still in kind of the honeymoon period for whatever is new here, so we're gonna be pausing on quite a few of those. All right, let's go. There we go.
味方
the flavor way. Wait. How did the flavor way work? Oh. I'm kind of curious the context clue helps me here. Tofuguだけは味方してくれると思ってたんだけどな。I think that's kind of tough. I think it's like ally or support or friend. Right. Now I'll take some reinforcement. So this one's kind of rough too. Mukashi.
Sosogu.
Sauce? This one's kind of tough too.
Nakanaori.
This one's okay. It's okay. Backed by Chinese.
解放する
a bit off because it's probably using up. Yes, to open something up. Okay, that's okay. That one's okay.
フランス語 開始
I see. Starting. Okay, that one's okay.
明るい
明るい Okay, that was a repeat or an older one.
Kuro.
Okay, pretty okay. This one's okay too. Well, oh,
争う
araso. It's okay. The near rhyme kind of possibly. It's like good enough to remember it over time. Oh, whoops. That was a jump. Actually. Oh no, I'm thinking of something else. Ariwa yoku something shita ne. Huh. Okay, so moving. That's work. To work. Oh, to work. Haraku? No. Wait. Yeah, this one's kind of tough. Hataraku. A hatter?
Hataraku
Hataraku. To work. I don't know where the da comes from. Yeah, the da, you just gotta remember. Hatter. Hatara. Yeah, it's not necessarily near rhyme, but more. There's a chance I would say hataru as opposed to hatara. Or hatter. Suspicious. It might be good enough. Might be good enough, then I can just dispense with it, I suppose. That one's... It's okay. Then... One is okay too.
Style
Style. Star, but it doesn't help you with s instead of su. The star can be both s and su. (50-50). Okay. The heck?
Tohoku
Tohoku. I often try to be careful. It can be a they're often cardinal compass directions, but occasionally things like that can also be names. I just pause on them just in case.
Hajimeru
Hajimeru. And sometimes cardinal directions also have exceptions. In this case. I think.
西洋
Ew. Oh wait. Or just Western. That's fine. Less is more sometimes. Oh, all the Betsus. Okay.
別の
Betsuno. Okay,
別
that's fine too.
南
Yummy.
Kaigai
My guy. Hiki.
Hikizan
Izan. Ooh. That's not it. See? Usaji? Usachi?
草地
Usachi. And then we have all the Western stuff.
洋室
Yoshitsu.
親友
Inu. Shinyu. Parent friendly? Parent friend? Is for a companion? Probably for companion. Right off the bat, I want to say companion. Oh, wait. That's... No, I'm thinking... that's not it. You. Family member? Kind of a finicky thing. You. I think this is older. Write it down. Family, friend. You. And I think I'm kind of stuck on the specific wording, or I might be off by quite a lot. I think there's another meaning that I would attach to the right hand one. What do you have? Oya? Stand alone Oya? Shinsetsu for kind. Chitashi for intimate. And Shinyu, I mean, it's probably something close to like a family friend. So what's another way to say family friend? A close friend. Okay, I'm gonna add family friend here. It's a little different. I mean, you can also say family friend means someone who is a friend of the family, and then you just happen to know that family friend, which may not be a close friend. That's probably why family friend wouldn't be as a primary or alternative. But usually friends of the family are good and close friends for myself. So that's what I mean by family friend. Which is how I would get to this meaning most of the time. So close friend, that's fine. You just have to be a little bit more explicit, right? Over time. I think this one's relatively new. Maybe that was Guru or something. Tashizan.
足し算
Okay.
誰
Dare.
東
Hingashi. Okay.
労働者
Rodosha. Did this change at all? I don't think so. And then no mnemonic for this one.
老人
Rojin. Old people have genes. Yeah. Although you could also argue Nintendo have old people. That's less attractive. So we'll just say old people have genes, right? Genes can be as old as the person or something like that.
拾う
Hiro.
低い
Gui. Gui. Oops.
開業
Aikyo. Well, opening a business. It's a verb, noun thing.
言語
Ingo.
Yoshoku
Yoshoku.
Youfuku
Yofuku. Or just clothing.
最低
Saite.
有効
Yuko. This one's a little different. Right. Slightly different. Oh, wait. Become. Changes kind of related, but become is a little bit closer. Okay.
算数、
算数. Not really calculate, but number, like amount, or what's another way to express, like, calculate a number? The accounting of a number? Counting. Is this kind of new? I think this is kind of new. Ansu. I should write. No, let's write this down. This might be like 2 groups ago. So if I am going to calculate plus a number, could be amount or quantity, perhaps. Yeah, we got sun. Be like quantity. Quantity amount is probably okay. What? Oh, wait. No, that's not it. It would use gaku or something, right? Unless, oh, right. Not amount. This is arithmetic, probably. Arithmetic, or however you pronounce that. Yeah, that's right. And that's a little weak, so we'll write that down. Okay. Or tsunami. How did this one work? Flowers, tsunami. What is that supposed to be? A folding? Oh, kiss? Oh, right. Oh. The heck? Okay, so let's think about this. Flower. Why not thinking about this properly? Flower, tsunami. Oh, it's not. I don't understand what the kiss thing is. It's raku. You place it on a rack, like, this is fall, right? So it falls around you, you put it on a drying rack. Now whenever you feel... Okay, but what the heck was with the kiss? Oh, kiss you gently. A violent tsunami causes flowers. Oh, and it kiss you gently on the face. Okay. I guess I largely relied on remembering Naku now. I don't know how. I think we might have used it I don't think we have a vocabulary word yet. Besides fall. To fall. Which doesn't use... Wait. Oh, no, we have a couple of vocabulary. Let's write that down. So... fall. Kanji. Fall. Kiss was what threw me off. Kiss. Fall into gentle kiss to raku. Well, it's rack, then into raku. Okay. What?
両方
Yoho. I think I wrote kata out of sheer habit. This is brothers competing. Oh, this is what I was thinking of.
引く
Good. Okay.
Jumon
Jumon. No mnemonic for mon, but I think we're okay. Jumon. Kyubun sounds okay too, actually, though. I got this. I got this. Maybe not so much the meaning. Is the meaning. Sudaba no Shumon no shigata ga yoku bunkara bunkara nine da kedo often part of doing. The heck is Sudaba? Sudaba. I'm more trouble with katakana than anything, really. Master letter. Not to be confused with this one is tough. I remember yesterday I was just not on board with this one. So I'm guessing Sutaba is someone's name, right? So Sutaba is something of doing things. So it's something that has something to, like this thing has something written on it that tells you what to do, how to do things. But it doesn't, not often part of the order. Oh, it's an order. Okay. What's not, but telling you what to do, like the thing, what to do, how to do it is not often part of whoever Sutaba is orders, right? This one was from yesterday, so we still got some time. A little tough. So, how does this work? Master pours text. That's right. They pour text onto an order form or something. This was ha. Wait. Okay.
外国人
外国人. Oh my god.
不明
Okay. That's fine.
洋風
Yofu. 特别, which is
「特別」
特別. I can use a shoe.
周囲
Shui. Or leader. Or the lead. Highest rank. What do you want? Is this top? President? Leader. The first? Wait, how are you expressing this? Am I going down the wrong line? Neck rank, yeah. What do you want from this? The best? The head? The leader? All of them are... That's kind of weird. That none... Those things don't work. Maybe it's some sort of phrasing? First place? Oh. So... The head... The leader... The first... all of them are acceptable. That's undeniable. Like that's not no. That's disagreeable. None of them triggered. Okay.
い
Sure. Speaking of shitashi,
親しい
okay. Daikoku. Daigaku. Daigakuin.
大学院
I feel like this is different. Doji or Dochi? I think there's only one. Oh, am I thinking of soiled? Soil, earth, land. Oh, wait. Oh, it could be a name. No, it's not a name. Right? Koko wa anata no something de wa arimasen. There is. You are not at the place. Or there's no soil. You do not have any. Is this supposed to be material? Like Kiji? No. That's not it. Is it? Here. Anata no. I'm trying to think what Kiji is. What the heck is this? Is weak. So what do I have? I have soil plus maybe like location. Soil and ground. I think that still equals soil. And I'm looking for the reed, right? Trying to figure out the reed. It might be Tochi. Which is, it's like land. I'm pretty sure it's land. And then maybe instead of writing do, it's to. So it would be like Tochi. Because I do have 2 reeds. And why is it Tochi? You touch land? Tochi, probably.
土地
Chi. I don't know what about land. Pose? Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Toes, Tochi. Instead of touching, touch, Tochi. The reading is but gets modified to toe for some reason. Just remember that land you're standing on is made of toes, millions of them. Or you touch the land with your toes. No, this one's pretty bad. So Tochi. I'm gonna use something that deals with touch. Right, you touch the land, feel the land, or torch the land. Jeez. Touch the land with your toes. I suppose that's fine. Tochi. Do we have any other toes? No, only 3 actually. Wow. It's chi. Right. It's chi and dose. Wow. They're really, really far apart. Holy heck. So the only dough I have is Saturn? The heck? Alright, so we have 1 of each. That's kind of weak. Very weak. How many vocabulary? That's really weak. Honestly, I don't even remember Tsuchi as well. These ones are easily one of the, yeah, hands down top 3 worst standalone coons. Tsuchi. Sure, that's fine. 2 cheeses. That's okay. Lots of the ground stuff deals with cheese. So having 2 cheeses probably why for a while. This one's gonna suck when it comes back up. Alright, let's go back. That took too long. Went down do. So they're all separate. All separate. And this is like sure. Hmm. Yeah. What?
HanziHero.
I wrote die, didn't I? How would we differentiate between die and do you have anything? Nope, of course not. Oh, it kind of got lackadaisical as you go. So you just get used to it. I hate you. I guess we go off also the Chinese too. I hate you. Taiping Yang. Taiping Yang. No, Taiping Yang. It's a name, that's why.
Ushiro.
Yo.
Oya.
Oh yeah. How did this work? Oh. Oh, it's a little rough. This one's kind of rough. This is hand.
両手。
Yote. Could be a person, then it would use nate. Oh, this was what I was thinking about earlier, and the only difference is the leader, radical, right? Oh no, wait. Sorry, kids. Sure.
Shugo.
Google. Subject, right? This is special. Uh-oh. I don't Hoteru. Hoteru ni kite kudasai. It's behind. I mean, it's behind, but ain't no way it's Ushite. Ne? I don't got anything else. Is it? Ain't no way. Yeah. Or is it the one where it embodies everything? So what we have? Behind / after to some extent. Plus yeah. It's probably behind. I can get this. I can get this. Right. What are my reads? I have go. I mean go this afternoon, so after. This is definitely a kun, so I'm looking for a kun. We have ko, which is so we have go and ko for our onyomi. And what the heck are our kunyomis? There are a lot of kunyomis for this. Ushi is one of them, so we just got ushi. Oh, after atode. And then there's others. There's another one that means after this. So what was after this? After this is using compare or from, which is e. So then we have, oh no, that's still go, equal. So we have 3 equals, or we have 3 goals and one ushi. Have I not used coal? Interesting. So no coals. And this is atode. After reading that sentence a couple times, it's after this. So it's not behind, it's after this. Or after. After is the primary. Atode hoteru ni kite kudasai. Right? So afterwards, or after arriving, after come to the hotel, please come to the hotel afterwards, or after. So atode. What the heck was the mnemonic for it? What did they use for atode? I don't know.
後で
Oh, automatic. Yeah, I guess it kind of works. I guess that one got weak. What the heck? I guess that's 5. All right. Public, open to the public.
Koukai.
Okay. Hello. Turn on light. Hello.
好き
Ski.
海岸
Hang on.
不安
One. Oh. Oh.
労働
Rodo. Which is manual labor. Oops.
努力
Doryoku. There are those that say that learning more than 3 languages at a time is a bad idea. Limit should be 2. Those folks say, what say you, master teacher? You agree? I don't know. Sure. I agree with whatever their agreement is. Does it apply to me? I mean, that's an interesting... That'd be more an interesting... Oops. Yeah, sure. They can believe whatever they want to believe. No comment. Since I'm not learning 2 languages, I wouldn't be able to tell you if it is or not. What do we got? Oil strength. Oil power. Anta. It would be interesting to see what they qualify as different languages, I suppose, and then to what extent, if they have any granularity with their summation of 2 languages. And, you know, who those people are, right? Those would be interesting to know what their backgrounds are. Anta... 努力しないで Oh, 努力しないで Oh, that's interesting. Negating it. 社長になれるとでも思う天の天気 The leader. They say it's better for the brain to absorb 2 languages max, let them reach B2 level at least, then proceed with the next languages. Okay. So that's good. That seems very fair. So are you suggesting that I didn't do that? Well, that seems very reasonable. You know, you stagger, get to an intermediate level, and then you start with your next languages while staggering your others. Yeah. B2 seems pretty reasonable. So I agree. I mean, it sounds fair. I don't see why I shouldn't agree. Seems fairly reasonable. That is certainly one way to do it. Unless they say it's better. I mean, yeah, I can probably say it's better. You can find examples to confirm that. They didn't suggest what it can't be. Right? Based on your wording, you said better for the brain. So yeah, it can be better for the brain for some people. As long as the language doesn't depict like absolution or absolutes, then I think most things are fairly agreeable. And since you're referring to they, it's not all, right? So that sounds reasonable. Oh, this is newly. Newly is to make great effort. Or great effort. I guess they want. Okay. Use great effort might be a good one too. Make great efforts. Contribute great effort. You would discourage someone from beginning 4 languages at the same time. This dopey strategy. You would discourage someone from beginning 4 languages at the same time. This dopey strategy. What strategy? I didn't encourage anyone or discourage anyone from doing anything they believe they can do. I think perhaps you're suggesting and putting words in my mouth. I said I agree with what they said. I mean, it seems fairly agreeable. They suggested that it could be better for the brain to absorb 2 languages max and then let them reach B2 and then proceed with next language. I don't see anything very disagreeable with that. How that translates to me discouraging someone from beginning 4 languages at the same time, I didn't say anything about my opinions. Agreeing with someone doesn't suggest I have opinions that don't disagree or agree with them. I find that statement fairly agreeable, whatever you said about what other people say. Is it dopey to begin 4 languages at the same time? Some fake polyglots do it. Some fake polyglots? I wouldn't know. It would be very difficult to confirm if the polyglots are fake or not. I would have to know them personally. Because what you see on social media, the stuff you don't see can either confirm or deny what the stuff you assume. So I don't know any polyglots personally. I can't really ascertain if they're fake or not. But if they begin 4 languages and somehow convince other people to think it's a valid thing, that is their prerogative. I have no qualms with people wanting to start 4 languages at the same time and learn how to like say hello, goodbye, and your A1 stuff. It's very reminiscent of like playing 4 puzzle games. When you play 4 puzzle games and they're unrelated, their rules are probably different and or similar. It's up to you, whatever you pick. So like if you picked 4 very similar languages, that's different than picking 4 distinctively different languages. If you play 4 different puzzle games, are you incapable of playing all 4 puzzle games that are very different, or the other extreme where all 4 puzzle games use the same foundation? So if the polyglot is fake for pre-selecting and not disclosing what 4 languages and how they relate, I think that's just a lot. In my opinion, that's more of a lack of information on the person making the assumption than the polyglot themselves. But with that said, if that person's selling a product and whatnot, that can be convergent to suggesting that they're selling a deceptive practice. It would be misleading, right? For myself, I actually don't encourage anything. I share what I am doing, and then people are free to scrutinize and or extract whatever information they want. I don't openly oppose other people from trying to do their thing, but that is also me keeping my distance away from being associated with selling things, I suppose. I neither ever use the word better or like comparative analysis that I don't have experience with. And I try to refrain from ad hominem arguments as well. So I'm not sure if polyglots are fake or real, seeing that I really have no experience with polyglotism anyways. It'd be very bold of me to suggest that I do. Let's see. How did taste work? Oh no, the standalone, right? So taste. I mean, to what end does the polyglot want to learn 4 languages at once? Or the ones that you saw, I suppose. What were their motivations to learn 4 languages at the same time? Oh no, flavor. I don't know what flavor is. Let's see, okuchi? Okuchi ni... an honorific for the mouth. Okuchi ni... start. Haji? Haji? Ooh, maybe not. Oh no, that's suit. What the heck is suit standalone? Oh no, wait. Uto. Something uto. In desu ka? Don't know too much about that. Huh. Flavor. Taste. And taste. Their true motivation was to get a following by memorizing basic sentences and reading scripts, then getting a big following, then selling a gimmick product. I see. That sounds like a generalization and generality that I'm familiar with. I suppose that their product helps people remember basic sentences and reading scripts, then I would say that product exceeds expectation. But I wouldn't know what they're selling or what they're suggesting. But oftentimes when people talk about gimmicky products and empty promises, they're typically referring to empty promises. But generally speaking, technically, a lot of times those products do not undersell what they're suggesting. I think this is just me. No, it's not me. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hold up. Is this my only one? No. Aji. It's Aji. Yeah, and then our first Mikata was it. So Aji. Aji. This one's new, so we'll give it a pass for a couple of days. Age. Oh yeah, your taste change with age. Not get blunted, but your taste gets aged differently. Through memorizing basic stuff, they make it seem like they were very fluent, but it's gimmick stuff. It's it might be, you know, you may make a dubious assertion that it's predatorial, At the same time, products are targeting, like it could be targeted towards like ignorance, right? There is a 2-body problem, at least a 2 or 3 body problem here, which is, does the product exceed what it advertises on the product side of things? Leveraging influence, right? And then there's also the competence of the person who is watching, who buys the product. So a polyglot can be, and this is related to whether the polyglot is fake or not. Real polyglots can still are still able to target audience and sell products that they believe do emphatically work for them. And the failure of that product, or the gimmicky product, is bases on the lack of foresight or ability to look at emergent differences between the user and what worked for the polyglot. It's not to say that I want to cheapen those who make an honest attempt, but when you're thinking about like products that quote unquote work and there are people behind it, their strategies for targeting an audience, an interest market, and how they present their stuff is very much it's not that dissimilar from the products that don't work. A product becomes gimmicky is when the user base that they target is less successful than the projected promises. So if the product is successful, they are no longer fake polyglots and no longer gimmicky products. So it'll be interesting to know how many of those products end up being successful. Largely because after the fact, it's relatively easier in post facto to determine if someone is a fake polyglot and or a fake product or gimmicky product after the fact. When people release their products, I don't necessarily think that the vast majority of people are selling their products thinking it's going to fail. But that's me. I'm a little bit naive when it comes to language, or people who are interested in learning and promoting learning. Usually they do believe that their product works, but it is after the fact that you can say that the product didn't work or hasn't. The motivation of the person, whether they are fake or real, typically is in good faith most of the time, but there are ways to ascertain if it's in poor faith and it's potentially predatory. But gimmicky products are not gimmicky anymore when they work, and they remain gimmicky if they don't work for the vast majority of adopters. So perhaps that's the take-home commentary from my perspective, I suppose. Not exactly predatory stuff, but shallow gimmick stuff to get attention, make some bucks, but it's like empty calories, brother teacher. I mean, it's empty calories if it doesn't work after the fact. It becomes not empty calories if it works after the fact. So when someone releases a product, they're trying to get attention for the product, and if it works, then you no longer have that same commentary. But that's kind of how it goes. And a lot of times, even if it does work, there will still be people who think it's a gimme bee product and empty calories. Duolingo, WaniKani, and HanziHero are empty calories to somebody out there. So it's interesting. Yeah, SRS in general is empty calories for a bunch of people. You eat and you burn. Nah, bro, it's pretty much trash because they act like you can learn any language even in 6 months. It's bad, bro, because then folks get their hopes up and invest energy. That's unfortunate. What are you gonna do about it? I certainly can't do anything about it, and they barely make progress. That's fair. the people who buy into their products barely make progress. Yeah. But the people who don't, what do they do? I have a commentary right now. Someone who generalize other people's products very easily and also associate and write off like comments on people's others' works and promises oftentimes see themselves in that description. So when you say it's bad, bro, I wouldn't say it's that bad, largely because there are other people. You can only associate what is trash with what is good. So apparently you might know what good looks like. It's all part of the process, in my opinion. A lot of it is part of the process, and it's unfortunate to those folks that got an opinion from someone, but the question is, how did they get to that opinion in the first place? If it's predatorial, then I would say, yeah, that's kind of dubious, largely because it's targeting an audience. But otherwise, those people got there a lot of times based on their own actions too. So when you're saying, I'm not trying to victim blame here, but it's gonna sound like a little bit like victim blaming. But how do you come across YouTube videos of people behaving dubiously by presenting a lot of information? They either target you with their ads, so you become a valid target of it, which could paint a dubious picture of the person, or that person watches content like that, and then the algorithm suggests content like that. So in my opinion, it's not only the responsibility of the influencer, but it's also the responsibility of the person, the competence of the person. And that person, when they look for quick fixes and like constantly search for products that get them on speed and efficiency, then yeah, you will likely be also targeted by content that you consider trash and or bad. But the thing is, those people look at content like that and they hope that things can be that easy, and that's a normalization of their own behavior. So that person that's making this presumably trash content is leveraging and taking advantage of that. So you could see it as predatorial or a learning lesson. You don't think it's better to have realistic expectations with learning Asian languages? Telling them 6-month fluency is insane lie. You're putting words in my mouth again in the form of a question. I didn't reveal any of my opinions. I'm suggesting the possibilities of ways to look at the situation. So if you think I don't think it's better, no, I didn't tell you anything about what is better or what is not. I'm suggesting that the people have expectations that are reflected in what type of things they are exposed to, because the algorithm targets that. So if a person is in fact targeting this incompetence and ignorance, that may be considered predatorial. So that is a moral and ethical issue. But since it might not be, because I don't know, the other person, the consumer, is responsible for targeting themselves with algorithm-based search. So if a consumer looks around and say, what is the fastest way to learn Asian languages, they might end up being served that information. And it is up to them to be competent enough to know. Otherwise, it can be a learning lesson. They buy into it, they learn that it doesn't happen overnight, and it's a healthy problem-solving response for language learning. People discover that language learning is a lifelong process, possibly. For them, for some people, it's not a lifelong process. They actually do, in fact, learn it for a year and then they drop it and they kind of forget it and they move on with their lives. So there are many forms of permutations that would say if it's better, more realistic, or not. Is it realistic to meet your expectations that you are projecting onto me and other people? Like, do people only want to spend 6 months learning a language? I don't know that. If they only had 6 months, it's better than 0. So if a product ends up giving them a learning lesson like, oh, I liked it for 6 months, but this stuff is hot garbage, it's not good enough, and it leads them to a lifetime of language learning because they were angry at something else, it can happen. I don't think it's insane, but the lying part might be a little different. That's predatorial practice. So that's being deceitful on the end of the marketer. Now, whether they do that, that's up to case-by-case basis. It's not insane to have someone try something and fail. I would not offer something with a guarantee, personally, because whether it fails or succeeds, the expectation is there will be someone who fails, there will be someone who succeeds. And because of that, you can have someone calling you a gimmicky guru versus someone who believes in your product. So it's inherently, most products are not insane by what they do. It is the expectation that comes with it. So what is real when you say what is better to have realistic expectations? What are the realistic expectations? You got to qualify that. In my opinion, over my experience with language learning and interacting with other language learners every once in a while, like yourself, actually, if you're learning a language, yesterday's question was exactly what tells me that the realistic expectation is people expect to learn a language quickly. You didn't ask me how long would you think it would take me to cover 4,000 characters. You asked yesterday, can you do 4,000 characters in 16 months? That is why those people target language learners with promises with time. It doesn't concern me at all about how long it takes language. It could take 15 years. I could never be fluent in Japanese, and I would feel incredibly rewarded because I think that is my realistic expectation of myself, but it is by far not realistic to most people, especially ones who focus on how fast you learn a language. Kind of like, here's one from my personal thing. How long does it take for someone to turn their life around and be productive? If you type that in, you're probably going to get a storm and flood of the 10 top most influential self-help books and self-help channels. Do all of them work? The answer is yes. Do all of them don't work? The answer is also yes. Do all of them depend on contextual realistic expectations? They most certainly do. And are all of them guilty of advertising and highlighting the things they can confirm that work? Absolutely. Do they avoid downplaying their product by citing all the things that they don't know it doesn't work? Yes, because they're human. So for me, that's what I think about most of the time. So what is not there? Well, the realistic expectation is not there. I'm not sure what is considered realistic in language learning. If you ask me, learning a language is a lifetime. Is that realistic? Probably not for a lot of people. If someone says, how long does it take for you to become fluent in Japanese? The rest of your life. That's my quote-unquote realistic take on things. Do native speakers master their language? No, never. In fact, they're more likely to. Native speakers that do not participate in academic and intellectual exploration has below average academics. It requires an above academic average input to gain a target language, to acquire a target language than a native speaker. That the native speaker is speaking at a steady state rate on average lower than the academic requirements in order for an adult to acquire another language. Like, someone can easily correct me on my English grammar as I'm typing that is learning English than a native speaker seeing the grammatical errors that I have when I'm writing. They're more likely to point that out because they're actively studying. So I think sometimes lying sucks unless it's not a lie. And I can't tell, I'm not experienced enough to tell from a polyglot whether they're lying or not. Because they don't disclose those things. So you can call people out on their lie and see if it's true. Until then, it's hearsay. You say they're lying and they say they're not. And that can be a tough decision. I don't take, like, it would be foolish to take sides, especially very, very extreme sides, like calling someone insane or trash or something like that. It's the opposite, the kettle calling the pot black, in my opinion. So I tend to refrain from pushing judgment so quickly. I do understand, though, they are there to make money, so they want to make money off of their skills. That's an acceptable and agreeable statement about people selling products because they want to make money. I don't sell products, so I'm gonna recuse myself from making comments about operating a business. I don't think I've ever sold a product of my own creation in my lifetime. I sold services. I was a service person, so I was part of organizations. I take money, use the resource in order to learn something and then share it with people. So it could be a naive opinion. I could have a naive opinion. Huh. 指定する point at a finger to a point, to select point.
日本語線
Are you upset by this, knowing that these people exist? Or, like, is there a particular thing you're doing to address that? Who do you find more profound as a thinker, Lao Tzu or Confucius? I'm not familiar with either of them enough to comment. I think in terms of Confucianism, the most exposure I have on Confucianism is back in high school, so I do not know enough anymore about either. I can't even quote or recall any principles from either of them. I have no comment about that. Yeah, I really have no idea anymore. They're kind of in the blurb of my high school class that dealt with a cursory understanding of Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and Shintoism. How they like sort of relate historically, and that's about it. I've seen some depictions about them in like anime and donghua and literature. I wouldn't not quite on top of that stuff. If something sounds like it's inspired by Lao Tzu and Confucianism, it's a pure coincidence. From if I say something that sounds like them, it's a pure coincidence at this point. A few grain. So this is Biol. Open. Huh?
Akeru.
Akeru. Single finger. What happens when you have a single finger? No interest in studying Dao De Jing and learning Taoist principles? I currently do not. I do not have anybody that I hold dearly and have a working relationship that's interested in that. Just to point. But how do I point? With the finger. Oh, I'm pointing at the guy running at me with a saw, right? And then I have a bloody finger.
Sas.
That's most of the things I do nowadays are through the interaction and interest of mutually respectable intellectual people I've come to trust over time, or be exposed over time. So language learning was inspired by something else. Before that was drawing. Drawing was inspired by someone else. WaniKani was inspired by someone else. HanziHero as well. So WaniKani was probably largely Lotus, and then who's not here anymore. We have an intellectual impasse. And then HanziHero was someone named Shady or Josh, and they hang around. They have busy life. Come stop by every once in a while. WaniKani was also inspired by Valentine, which occasionally stop by. Now, most of them have busy lives, so they check back as expected. And then Duolingo started with a TED Talk, which is by Louis Van Dan, which is the CEO of Duolingo. I liked his vision and his story. Okay. Bottle, tsunami, not bottle, alcohol. Oh, the alcohol tsunami, the tsunami alcohol, which comes down the chute. Oops. I'm trying to think of maybe something related that I went down a rabbit hole. The last thing that I talked about dealt with emergence. When Procol talked about the relationship between physics, chemistry, and biology. Okay.
初回
Okay. What? Oh,
ある
aru.
室
It's
学院
green.
開発
Daihatsu.
入院
入院
不便
不便
別々
別々
親切
親切 Oops. What? Oh. I kept typing ku instead of ka. Ooh.
便所
Benjo. Did I see the local performance of Shen Yun? Maybe. Out of curiosity, maybe. We were talking about that particular live performance company thing. Yeah.
「便利
Bendy. Let's see. It's neat. It was entertaining. Not for everyone. Oh, not betsuni. Tokuni.
特に
Tokuni. Especially. It's a very awfully specific performance. So especially coming from the Confucius and Taoist question, I can see how it's related. I mean, if you're interested in that type of thing, right? Since you already asked those, your line of questions would maybe, it seems it would be an interesting way to incorporate a different perspective on those things, since you've been asking about that stuff. And Asian languages. And then listing Asian languages again multiple times. Is it the acrobatics and physicality as awesome as commercial makes it look? I don't know what those commercials look like, but there's no reason for them not to show something that is deceptive. Like a commercial would be recordings of them doing it, right? I didn't see any commercials, but I suppose. Like what else would it be for that type of onstage performance? Like CGI, or like what would make it not, quote unquote, look like the commercial? Like After Effects or something like that? I don't see how a theater troupe performing on stage would be any different in a commercial.
1位、
1. Go. Language do. How do you language do this? Your friend saw and said they edited to look magically non-stop by the actual show is kind of ordinary. But it's no, like, those are in the show. So I think your friend had expectations and they're still in the show. In other words, they edited the top clips. That's still in the show. There's no deception. Your friend had expectations based on what they saw, but they did not use the logical reasoning to suggest that the show would be a lot more than that. So your friend, in my opinion, came in with expectations and it did not meet their expectations. Whether the commercial was accurate or not, I can only imagine they just recorded the stuff and put it in the commercial. Much like hope you have a good session today. Why is it day one, so to speak? Day one of the game, so to speak. So I'm doing that in the third session of today. There's a game one called So to Speak, the actual game by Erik Andersen. So it is day one later on today. I guess it's would be a little, the title makes it like a dude, where's my car kind of situation. Yeah, so we'll be doing that later for Japanese. Yeah. So my question is, Eternal Light, you're asking me a question in order to know what? So you already have a friend who watched it. Did you watch it? Did you go to it and decide if your friend's opinion is accurate or not for yourself, or are you just disinterested? Which is fine. I mean, like, that's fine. You didn't see it? I see. I thought it was entertaining. It was quite lengthy. I didn't watch any commercials, so I wouldn't be able to refute and or confirm or corroborate what your friend's opinions are. I typically don't pick things based on expectations though, like my personal expectations. Although, if you claim your friend said that they edit all the top clips, if I saw that commercial, I wouldn't operate on the expectation that it was somehow always that. Largely because I have more, maybe because I'm used to I have a background in watching theater performances, but perhaps your friend is more accustomed to like Circus de Ole, or like I don't know, a Blue Man production or something from Vegas, maybe, where it's supposed to be like that nonstop. But theater work tends to be not only the slow part is important to it. So your friend wanted something that it probably wasn't. How would you rate good, average, semi, sucky, awesome, trash, amazing, surreal? It was enlightening. This one we didn't volunteer. We were invited. To watch it. So we didn't have any expectations. So I'll give it like a 7, I suppose. I think that's an incredibly reductive way of looking at things, but yeah, it seemed pretty good. In the meantime, I think I typically gravitate towards Broadway for the most part, so Broadway productions. The theater was nice. It was a very like historical theater. So now, what theater do you see at? We saw it at the theater in Baltimore, Maryland. I forgot what it's called. Oh, this is me trying to say things and someone keeps cutting me off. Ataru. Butter? Ata?
Kataru.
Ataru. That's kind of weak. That's from from last time. So what is this? Looks like language plus do equals to say or tell. And then someone's cutting, which leads to kataru. Yeah, let me see what the place is called. The Hippodrome. Yeah, the Hippodrome Theater at the France Erik Performance Center. I don't know where Lincoln Center is. Lincoln's for the Performing Arts in New York City. That's too posh. A little bit too posh. A single finger. Whoops. Finger. How did it work? Finger. UB. Yeah.
指
What do they use for UB? UB, what will you be when you grow up? Oh yeah, we're pointing at people. Asking what will you be when you grow up? I see. What? So, in
スペイン語
Bingo. Oh, this is the other one that I was thinking about earlier.
Nakama
Nakama.
Betsuni
Betsuni. Okay.
最初
Aisho. A bit off. Oh, whoops. that's not acceptable. Yeah, I got it. Got the two. I typed last instead of first. For Saisho. That's interesting. I have to keep that in mind.
Kyoksen
Goksen. Okay. Crash and moon, which is raise. Okay. Or nurture. Yeah, we're fine, right?
放送する
Also suru. Okay. Ooh. Hmm. Ryonichi no ryojitsu.
両日
Oh, betsunin. No. Oh, betsujin.
別人
Oh, it's good that they shake on that. Because we didn't get anything for betsujin yet. I guess other peeps. That. Okay. Okay. It's no distinction for them. Can we do separate person? Nope. Maybe like another person would work. Yeah. The show based on Taoism or what? It's based on a lot of things. Yeah, but it deals with spiritualism. Various spiritualistic concepts. Oh, speaking of Do,
土星
it's a same group. Humble, In and Jin. Simple drunkard. What? War, simple drunkard. I don't have a comment on that. I don't live in China. Not enough information. So war, drunkard, simple drunkard. How do we get to what happens? Oh, the drunkards. They get into conflict with Centaur. Centaur is good with battle. Huh. What's the right thing? A metal something. I neither disagree or agree with something that I do not know enough about. Probably the most conservative way to express my thoughts. That's not that's fault. Metal? Have fault in metal? Yeah, this is weak. Oh, wait. How does the... I don't remember what the right thing is. Is that... Yeah, it's fault, gold, fault. Oh. Not metal, but use gold and fault. And what is faulty gold? Iron. But largely... Oh yeah, this one's kind of weak. Well, we have gold plus fault leads to iron, which is Tetsu. Tetsu. But iron, we could say Iron Man. And then we have Tetsu. Like Tetsuo. Tetsuo, the Iron Man. What the heck is that context? The heck is that? Jeez. What am I releasing? It's not whole. That's Onyomi. Oh, but it's related to whole. So you're releasing
話す
Anas. So release Anas. Air scooter. Ace.
Chika
Chika.
Shoho.
Shoho. Show walk. Or not show walk. First walk. First walk. It's from yesterday. So when you take the first walk, as though it's the first time. Goal. Oh. Nothing from the Juku goal. This is like foundation. Like first you need to walk, right? Is my use for this. First you need to learn how to walk. What is walking? Walking is the basics. Or maybe like foundation. Oh, rudiments. Interesting. Elements in AT. This one's gonna be a problem. Probably in another week or so, it's gonna be a problem. Escalator, thread, level,
Naka
Naka, dual relationship. This is biography. Oops.
電気
Genki. Okay, and then we to pick up the last one, which is Uchi. We're inside.
うち
Okay. We got some rough ones. Yesterday's ones aren't sitting that great either. Interestingly enough. Are you particularly interested in Chinese politics and spiritualism? A line of question would suggest that is a particular thing of your interest. I don't particularly engage in that stuff too much publicly. Okay, Monix. Orders, humble, older brother, escalator, drunkard, skin, root, sound, you, simple, 21, crash, and air. Hit these guys one more time. The two ones. So what do we have here? Huh? Iku? Theo, cucumber, centaur, Kyoto, row. That's good. All right, so now let's do our reads. Got it. So, Naka, Gen, Yo, Ko, Se, Se, No, I, He, Sho, Detsu, I, Yo, Yo, Me, Gan, Ho, this one takes a while. 20. Mukashi. Ha? It's ha? Okay. Onyomi. Okay. chu, iku, hiro, shi, yo, shin, jin, yo, yu, ho, sen, yo, yo, ho, toku, den, do, de, I, me. Alright. So we collected what? 7. Ooh, 7. Okay. We got family and friend. Family. Oh, it might actually be parent. Oh, wait. And friend. Yo. And it's gone. I'll have to check this. Wait. Yeah, seen you. Oh, no, that's fine. Not family, but parent. Ooh. The heck? You is... Yeah. So, whoops. Seen you. Which is parent plus friend. Close friend. Or best friend. Calculate plus number. Okay. Oh boy. These things don't really help me with... These things don't help me with the new kanji, huh? When it comes to outputting the writing. I think flower can be... We can represent flower. And then... calculate. We have... Was it sun? Might have been sun. No. It's not sun. Probably I. Huh. Oh boy. I have to check this. Calculate plus number. Number is... What do you have here? Su Sansu. Which is number. It sounds wicked, right? What do you mean? Wicked for what? Sansu is arithmetic. And then we had a kanji fallout, which was flower, tsunami, kiss. No, I read the above longer statement. In what way do you think it sounds wicked? I mean, you didn't answer my question about your interest in spiritualism and politics of another country. Naku. Yeah. Release. No, fall. Soil and ground. Be still, my hand. This was because this was the problem. Hang up. This one. The definition. Definition. To. The hang up was here. Tochi. Is land. That part was fine. And we have behind. Behind plus de. Atote. Which is after. You're just a humble Lao why concerned about well-being of the world, your opinion more important, you're nobody important. Okay. If you say so. Language plus do. Oh, it's a say cut. Katasu. Katasu. L. And then gold and fault in one kanji. Oh yeah, I forgot to mark kanji. So, see. So tetsu. All right. It's interesting how things are playing out when you have someone hyper focused and always asking questions in a leading way, talk about commentary about other people, and then how they address and talk about how other people target their questions and whatnot. And then when asked the question, it is also using the same type of methods to deflect or obfuscate inquisition about the self. All right, that's a wrap for WaniKani. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Until next time, right? Feel free, always welcome to chat, discuss things, specifically a mutual sharing of discussion. And yeah, for those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan mata ne. And I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, stretch a little bit, walk around, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第106天。It is day 106. Get right into it. I think we hit one road. Yes. Yep. Gay. Give. I think we're okay. This is fine. Lucid is back. 明快 is back. Which is lucid. I think clear is fine. We might default to clear from now on. Or quickly cleared or very cleared. And 适度 appropriate. Degree of suitability. Although it's more like a correct degree. Stick to appropriate. Any more future context. Alright. Not too bad, not too bad. We're being very liberal with
检
the
查
stuff. 检查 to examine makes sense. To examine, to investigate, which is to examine. To inspect. 检查 check up, check out, to inspect. Okay. Cool. Something D. 检查了所有的安全 equipment. Do we need to accept that a certain percent of Hanju will be near impossible to come up with good visual mnemonics? I don't know. Do you need to? Can't answer that question. A need is subjective. If I were to use the language to describe and use the things around me, I would require to be able to identify everything that's visible to me. So the answer for me is no. Seems impossible to exceed more than 85% of the things you see. That's an interesting number. How'd you get to 85%? I think the physical world is of excellent mnemonics. That's interesting. Mnemonics is subjectively based, so it's interesting that you agree with such a large volume of mnemonics, actually. Probably a little bit more than I would have expected. Unchen something. The right one is weak. Right? Bei. Something bei.
他过细地检查了所有的安全设备。
设备。And
他过细地检查了所有的安全设备。
过细。It's a guess. What is the guess based on? Orchid 检查护照 检查护照
检查护照。
Thal was the illuminating the summons. Yes. Well, these mnemonics are abstractions, so they are not related to visually describing something. Your experience with French, German, Japanese playing with mnemonics and vocabulary. So are you talking about mnemonic abstractions or descriptors of reality? Because some people use mnemonics as descriptors of reality. And if you're using a language, you typically try to describe every ounce of reality that you observe. So when it comes to visuals, it could be realistic mnemonics or abstraction mnemonics. And it definitely was not more than 70% effective. I mean, that's fine. To qualify what a mnemonic is. I think you're talking about abstraction mnemonics, but I might be incorrect. You might be talking about realistic mnemonics, and that's why you're having these like weird finite number percentages for stuff. But this is abstraction mnemonics, so it is possible to describe everything. Realistic mnemonics, it's still relatively possible to describe most things, but that's because language is a vehicle for description of reality. But I think you might be talking about whatever that you can relate to, which may be a reflection of your own abstraction and experiences that do not overlap with other people.
检查 超级
super level rank. Still super. Yep. 超级 did I add level to this? I'm pretty sure I add level to that. Yep. Okay. 超级公路 super highway. Makes sense. 超级大国 power. Oh, big country as in the country superpower. I see. Makes sense.
超级笑脸
smiling face, laugh face, also smile. Did I add smile to this? No. Okay. Smiley. 笑脸江银笑脸江银 I'll come with the makes sense. Ooh, that's a different counter.
一副笑脸。
Ooh. 笑脸 Do I have leader and sheep? Probably not, but it could be just young. Maybe like 2. Young. Oh, do I have waitress? Soldier? I do. Young Jie? Let's say Yang Jie 笑脸
佯装笑脸。
It's 2. Yang Zhuang. Oops, not Jie. Yang Zhuang. This one's the attire with George Costanza. Oh boy. And the dress. I thought it was Jimmy Neutron. Oh, Jimmy Neutron is the greeting with fingers getting cut off. Young John attire or put on. Oh, interesting. Oh, Young John 笑脸. Oh, that's kind of a clever way to do it. Put on a fake smiling face.
笑脸
Uh,
业绩
yeah, G. So professional business, business plus G. This was accomplishment. Okay, which professional accomplishment is accomplishment. That's fair. Reviewed tying the shellfish and the beanstalk together with specialized thread. Achievements, fair enough. Ying Shong, right? Ying Shong业绩
英雄业绩
英雄 oh it's two 英雄业绩 It has an elbow, a turkey, and an armpit. Okay, didn't get this yet. 英雄业绩今天他的业绩不错，
今年他的业绩不错，
不错。OK，
业绩绿茶
green tea。绿茶什么有咖啡因？Oh, interesting。
绿茶含有咖啡因，
含有 contains 含有 interesting。绿茶含有咖啡因。喝瓶绿茶。
喝杯绿茶。
Oh, bay, not ping. I was thinking of a bottle. A bay, yeah. A cup. You have to use LV, right?
绿茶
Okay, and it's gone.
检查绿茶超级
party
笑脸业绩
heart 新疆 yeah, 新疆 makes sense. Heart, internal organs, a heart organ. 新疆它的心脏停真了 something 动
他的心脏停止了跳动，
停着了跳动 beating 跳动 movement okay 心脏病 makes sense heart disease oui. 心脏
心脏、
心脏
骑车、
骑车 turned out to be a bicycle. Does it include a scooter and a motorcycle? Okay, but not a vehicle. Okay. Not a four-wheel vehicle. Okay. 我想学习骑车。Okay, fair enough. 他每天骑车上班。我喜欢骑车去公园。Yeah, that's fine.
骑车、
Can we just do a bike?
安
Yes.
检、
安检 security check. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Right, peaceful examine. To keep things peaceful. Okay, that's fair. To keep things peaceful, many places examine you with a security check before allowing you to enter. I got you. Safety. Did I add safety to this? Calm, relax. Oh, they're safe. Yeah, that's fine. I see this as safe. So when you're safety examining, security check or a safety check. It's probably going to be about planes and airports. I don't have you. Something 积钱要 Oh no. Do I have this stand guard?接受 对，接受安检
登机前要接受安检。
灯 Oh, wait, is that the same as light? 灯 Oh, I do know that one, I think, unless it's a different dung with a left radical. I don't think so. Oh, there might be a radical to the left. 登机前要接受安检。在inside 在进入something 活动时大家都需要接受安检。Can I guess what this is?
在进入大型活动时，
let's
大家
see.
都需要接受安检。
安检 Yeah. 在进入大型活动时，大家都需要 需要接受安检。
安检，
安检
成绩，
成绩 turn into an accomplishment, a grade. Okay. All your accomplishments turn into your final grade. Fair enough. We're still accomplishment achievement. That's kind of a 成绩。他的考试成绩 literally examine grade, yeah. Okay. 特殊的成绩 Oh, outstanding. Special out. Extraordinary, like outstanding. That's funny. Outstanding. It stands out. It's special. Out. Special out is outstanding. Right on the nose, really. 特殊的成绩成绩
成绩，
成绩okay.
绿色，
绿色 green color, that's fine. Dollhouse on top of a figure and woman. Hey, something 那个绿色 oh, and it's part of button as well.
按那个绿色按钮，
Oh, still 按 Oh, it's 按 on 4. 按那个绿色按钮。绿色的哪绿色的哪where 哪 maybe 服穿
绿色的内裤，
内裤 Oh, jeez, 内裤 That's fine. It kind of looks like 裤子 That might actually be 裤子 or pants. Part of 裤子 Don't know yet. Find out later.
绿色，
绿色 Okay.
心脏，
心脏 What was this? The heart organ.
安检，
安检 I'm waiting for 安检检查。
骑车，
骑车 Whoops. That is a really terrible spelling of bicycle.
绿色，
Wait. Oh, I guess bicycle is too different from bike. Sure.
成绩，
Oops. Yep. It's too different from a bicycle. Alright, I mean that's fine. We'll stick with bike. Okay.
年级，
年级 Oh, the different grade. Yes. Students are divided into different ranks based on their birth year, called grades. Yeah, school grades. Or year. School year. 我比他 第一年级、三年级学生。Yeah, okay. Thanks.
年级
Sure. Okay.
脸色
脸色 complexion, another complexion. 面色 it's a good synonym. We'll start doing Mandarin synonyms in the future, or Chinese synonyms. 面色他的脸色，the heck changed 得很 surprise.
他的脸色变得很惊讶。
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Unsimplified the left side of yeah. And then 惊 interesting. 惊讶 and 变 oh that's 变 that's right 变的 to change. Gotta add some saucy things at the top. Holy heck. Full-fledged cocoon, full-fledged silks and words. 变他的脸色变得很惊讶。他的脸色 pale something by white.
他的脸色苍白。
苍白。苍白。
脸色体检
body examination, physical. Yep, physical health checkup. 我昨天去了医院，我昨天去了医院，做了一次全民的全面 not 名全面的体检 full body exam or all exam whole exam full. That's cool. 我昨天去了医院做了一次全面的体检。
我昨天去了医院做了一次全面的体检。
做体检是为了preserve. I don't know what preserve is yet. Maybe 确保健康。
做体检是为了确保健康。
保健。确保。Wait,确保 No, I don't think I have 保。Different 保。
体检
体检 physical examination.
练
practice. Familiar with that? And that is also a bundle. Nice. So we have bundle on bundle. No need. Reinforce. A letter. Okay. You open the bundle with a sharp horn and free a letter from within it. On front of the letter is a picture of a horn too. Alright. That might be a little stretch. But is it part of letter? Guess we'll find out.
练
练是 Silken letter. Lillian. Link is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, okay, where he is practicing how to make letters from silk. Interesting. In the bathroom. He needs to create a silk letter to complete his pawn shop apprenticeship. Okay. No matter how much he practices, he can't seem to accomplish the task. Frustrated, he throws the silk into the toilet and flushes. Okay. So we have the bathroom. No way of deducing that no way of placing Link in this position. Silk letter. Maybe a silk letter to please Zelda, the current owner of the pawn shop. I might lose Link. There's a high chance I might lose this new money. 练习 right, exercise 练习 rehearse 排练 roll practice. Intriguing. 熟练 Show was the ripe. Ripe practice. Skilled. That's interesting. A matured practice. Skilled. Shin. I don't think I have Shin Lian meaning. What Shin is.
练
Silk letter for Zelda. Secretly in the basement. Not in the basement, but in the bathroom. Okay. What we're gonna do. Right. Let's go.
脸色
Letter. Bathroom. Silk. Gotta do the pawn shop apprenticeship. Zelda. Got it. Which place Link?
练
Oh, no, wait. Is this still a letter? Wait, what am I looking for? I lost the... Oh, practice. Whoops. The, I fat fingered. Or misfingered. 年级
年级
bundle. Oops.
体检
Not actually. I actually might have typed the wrong thing. 理解 Alright, so now we have characters. The end. To change? Alright, we got change. Tapestry. Oh. 2 silks and some words. Picture an ancient Chinese tapestry made of silk. Woven into the tapestry is this very component, and underneath it is the words. Silk tapestry. I'll repeat it over and over again. I kind of like it. I like it. Tapestry. Is it tapestry though? No. Barbaric? Oh jeez. Okay.
变
Bien. That's what Bien looks like. Certainly does. Okay. Bigfoot is in the bathroom of the pawn shop trying to hide from the foreman. Okay, hiding the bathroom is pretty from the pawn shop who's chasing him. So the foreman maybe works in a pawn shop. He murmurs something under his breath and suddenly changes into a tapestry. a thick fur just as the foreman bursts into the door. Not seeing Bigfoot, he leaves and Bigfoot changes back into a sun. So Bigfoot is now a shapeshifter. The fur kind of puts the furry tapestry kind of puts Bigfoot in this. Why was he running from the pawn shop? Maybe the foreman is trying to chase him for stealing something. Interesting. Furry tapestry. Oh, okay. We have alter changed, change still. Guy Bien. We change into, makes sense. Bien Chang. That's a lot of changes. Holy. Bien Qian. Okay. Oh, before you go, please help. I know you have a solution. I don't want wear glasses anymore. How to naturally heal your vision? Is acupuncture self-treatment? What can restore you're sick of glasses? I don't have a solution for that. I wear glasses. I hope you consult an optometrist or an ophthalmologist for that. Herbs massage. Well, I hope you seek whatever person will sell you something, I suppose. No comment. It's not within my skill set. John Bien. To mutiny. Interesting. Hua Bien. Optometrist, those guys want to keep you in the loop, bro. Okay. Then go and do it yourself, I suppose. If you throw shade at experts or people who are more experienced, then you can probably find the solution on your own. I guess you could believe in things. That's also an option. When you ask them, they act like you're a fool for asking. I see.
Bien. Yuan.
Yeah. Well, if you don't believe them, then you can use your own self-belief, I suppose. I'm not qualified to make a comment on that. They require some form of alternative treatment. I hope you find some sort of inspiration for your alternative treatment. Yen. Age. Spring original. Yen. Wish. Word is this part of? It involves wish. Optometrist is a business. You ever stop and ponder, is it normal for such a massive percent of humans to wear glasses? I have wondered it. Have you wondered about constantly presuming you know something about the other person using a double-barreled question? Have you ever wondered how you consistently project your expectations onto others and then write off everyone else's opinion because it doesn't line with your own expectations? Yuki is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Old and sick of work. He takes out a page. Takes out a page and writes a wish onto it. Oh, in a pawn shop. Interesting. I wish there was a warm cliff spring here. But I'm pretty sure Yugi is the one who summoned the spring in the pawn shop as an original idea. That's interesting. Then he uses his wish card to make it come true, as opposed to a cliff spring card. Or spring card. Suddenly a cliff that has a spring nestled within it emerges from the tile floor. Huh. To be willing. Oh, 愿意. Interesting. To wish idea. Because you asserted I doctor only solution, I suggested. You're presuming. When I mentioned other alternative, you reacted with skepticism. I don't exclusively react to skepticism for only the things you care about. Have you pondered on what I mentioned about constantly projecting your expectations and leading questions into your own preponderance? You only ask questions of which they are yes or no, and they only have particular specificities in response, and then you respond as though you know me more by not asking an open-ended question. You presume to consistently, sequentially ask closed-minded questions in order to infer I only have one opinion or one solution. That is incredibly myopic. Sorry, I joke. Myopic. So please stop asserting that you understand me by asking closed-minded questions. Let's see. 愿意 voluntary 自愿 self wish. That makes sense. It kind of checks out. 志愿者 volunteer. Huh. To wish something. Art and soldier. Also, let's tie in a little bit of philosophy if you like that type of thing, right? Since you asked about Confucianism and religion. I think there is some sort of proverb that talks about where you confirm what you know, but it's infinitely more wise to think about the things that are not said. When things are not said, that doesn't mean they don't exist. So while operating on confirmation bias, when you say pondering about alternatives, like ponder why a lot of people wear glasses, ponder about all the things that another person may know without you actually hearing it because you asked the limited question. So no, I didn't only assert eye doctors. I suggested eye doctors. It's a very different. Confirmation bias is the very essence of the way you also form questions. You want to confirm things, not ponder about alternatives. And when you offered rhetoric on preponderance, you chose how to frame that preponderance in a selective way. That's how causation is pushed from correlation, which reflects very much how you talk about polyglots and fake polyglots pushing their products. It's a very similar technique. You use confirmation bias in order to push an agenda, and then when you have confirmation, you rarely ponder about alternatives. And when you ponder about alternatives, you suggest them in a very specific frame of mind in order to only come to one conclusion most of the time. But obviously an eye doctor isn't going to offer an alternative cure. It's a business, bro. Myopic. incredibly myopic, pedantic, myopic. So, fair enough. You keep telling yourself that, bro. If you want me to start talking like you. Don't ask questions when you don't want to hear the answers, I suppose.
Yuan.
Yeah. Wish. Maybe it's like, oh, it's cold and... Okay, so he's cold and sick of working at the pawn shop. And it's cold, so you want to say warm spring. How do I know it's a warm spring? Guess we have to infer that. He wished there was a warm cliff spring here. Plus, they have to follow standard medical procedure. They're afraid of losing their license. That sounds like one-way logic. Fair enough. Your logic is unsaleable. Yugi is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, old and sick of work. He takes a page and breaks a wish onto it. Okay. Oh, writes a wish page. So sick of work, pawn shop. Cold, and then we have to think about the cliff spring card in order to place Yugi in the bathroom. He's walking away from the pawn shop to do so. Wish. You are in two different universes. You can believe that. You told you've asked like 4 different eye doctors and they act like an idiotic question. Perhaps it's your communication style. It's not your assumption. Didn't say it was your assumption. I'm talking about the stuff you talk to me about and asking me about. That's nothing about your experiences. I take your experiences for whatever you share, bro. So if you asked 4 different doctors over the years, that's great. I have no arguments. Thank you for sharing. I didn't assume anything about your life. You're assuming a lot about other people's lives, though.
Dong.
Dong. Understand. Dracula is in the bathroom of the temple where he has come to try to understand his own vampire soul. Okay, so Dracula, temple. Interesting. Basement. In the center of the basement on the rock floor is an ancient Buddhist kettlebell. That's kettlebell. It has a single flower growing out of it. Dracula turns into a bat and flies over to it and smells the flower. He is given instant monk insight. Finally, understanding the nature of the universe and his purpose in life as a vampire. This is in fact the flower kettle of understanding, one of the many treasures in this basement. Okay. Dracula is the... temple. So we have ancient Buddhist kettlebell and basement. As opposed to like bathroom. The center of the basement on the rock floor. I guess that's where you may hide away something. Another way of putting it is, I'm not a normie guy. You've seen The Matrix. That is quite accurate on how the system functions. Says the person who says you're a nobody and you are just a Lao. Why? Sounds fairly contradictory to me. But alright. You're not a normie guy, huh? Well, frankly speaking, I suppose I'm a normie kind of guy. Difficult to relate when you consider yourself exceptional and not exceptional at the same time. Change your view about yourself whenever it suits your convenience. Dracula is in the basement. This one's okay. Flower kettlebell. This is in fact the flower kettlebell of understanding. One of the many treasures in this basement. Yeah, treasures are hidden away in the basement, alright. Boom. Okay. The soul thing really does work. The vampire soul. Okay. I got you. Sensible. Speaking of sensible. 懂事 sensible. Understand things. Difficult to understand. 难懂 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 懂得 understand. Yeah, that makes sense.
懂
Tapestry. Writing, wishing for a warm cliff spring, summoning it. Oh, oops, I typed the wrong one there. You see, Matrix, you agree with his premise? It's an interesting premise. Neither confirm nor deny that the premise is true. It's a pretty interesting premise. Whether I agree or disagree with it, pretty interesting. Again, with the singular leading questions. Let's see. It's certainly a way to explain something. Cocoon, words, foreman. Tapestry, chasing Bigfoot from the pawn shop, transformed himself.
变
And then, how do I screw this up?
愿
Wish. Soul, ancient Buddhist kettlebell. Turns out it's the flower kettlebell of understanding
懂
or understand. Okay. All right. Okay. Uh,
遮
no.
纸
This is the paper topic.
难题
None.
这是一个难题。
Plates. Okay.
称
That was spear, foreman, muscular arm. Huh. One, no. Fu one, fu one. That's probably a weak one. I'll make one more. I have one other idea.
动物园
动物园里有很多动物。
零下
温度降到零下20度。
Kick. Really, really hard.
嘴
Okay.
查
Or check. Investigate. Oh, okay.人家
春假
春假开始了。
kettlebell.
多
Hunger line and soil with a whirlpool and waitress. Oh.
墙 停车场
哪里有停车场？
Oh. Ceremony.
礼物
你不必要送这么贵的礼物。
The heck was this? Thing? Okay.
两边
两边都有道理。
Poor child. Uh-oh.
还
Okay.
交换
用小麦交换大米。
家园
大家一起捍卫家园。
What? I guess homeland. Yeah, homeland.
公共
公共财产。
Or the house. Or the family house. Familial place.
夜间
猫头鹰在夜间捕食，
During the night. Nighttime.
生活
你知道怎么生活吗？
带来
它给我们带来了好消息。
洗礼
受洗礼，
Okay. We're back here. So ceremony, foreman, or a spear, right? Spear, foreman, and muscular arm. I thought it was... Okay, how does this... 公车的 something 非常好. Oh. The heck? What about the buses? What is it about the bus that's very good? Huh. Here. Foreman. Muscular arm. It's like pulling its task. But what does that have to do with the left side? Well, I don't actually know. This one's not... Ooh, woo. Oh, it's task. It's still task, but I got the wrong location. It's in the service. Apparel, task. All for the service of others. Ooh, yeah, that one is... This one's not working. That's way off the mark. I was thinking of task, but I had no idea what clothing and task have to do with a bus service. Guess I can think of it as like Fu Yuan and Fu. Oh, yeah, I could have think of it as Fu Yuan. You remember that because it's Wu, probably same Wu, Fu. In service person, a waiter, Fu Yuan. Ooh. And what was the task for this? Consider like your Neo from Matrix popped up here to stretch folks from the comfort of the Matrix conditioning. I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure you're that special. You've suddenly become nobody to someone special. I got you. But Walter White is in the bathroom, so he was doing it in the house, not in the pawn shop. Finishing all the tasks for the day. Stuck in tile floor is a huge spear, so he works, yeah. So the mnemonic is still the same. I put them in the wrong place. In the house, not the pawn shop. And the foreman is just someone in the house and not in the pawn shop. That's what threw me off. Says they have no more tasks left for the day. What a strange household. Once they finish, they tell the foreman. So maybe home improvement. Maybe not Walter White's house, but home improvement for another person's house. What a strange household indeed. Oops.
黑色
That's the second time someone said they're proud of someone else, without understanding anything about the other person. That's interesting. I feel like that's been more of a common thing now. Huh. Takes me back to 3 or 4 days ago. I'll have to talk to Gecko about that when he comes back from vacation. Interesting.
服务
公车的服务非常好。
Yeah.
椅
Or chair. Wait. What? Flower cricket. Probably Wanshe. Long live. Sure. Building. Border. Moon.
随时
我随时可以帮助你。
Oops. What? Oh, Jingho. Hereafter is probably what they use. Hereafter.
今后机车
他会骑机车。
Okay. Like the barrister wig.
出生
我妹妹昨天出生了。
运河
运河开行了。
运河开行了。 Oh boy, alter.
请示
这件是我们的请示。
Or instruction. Demonstration. There's so many things for this. Ask for instructions. Yeah. Oh, I guess we need to add ask. That's fine.
4月，
读者
读者，
这个读者每天都读书。
万岁，
万岁，
汉字英雄万岁。
随，
just go sure let Yes, you're so very proud of all your progress and dedication. Huh? Only I can reciprocate that respectfully. Let's see, waitress. Whoops. Wrong, John.
叫做，
这种语言叫做中文。
known as, to be known, to be called. Oh, that's not how you spell goggles. That's how you spell Google.
银河，
我晚上可能看到银河。
机票，
一张飞往台北的机票。
典故，
你知道这个典故的出处吗？
典故。知道这个典故的出处吗？出吗？典故。Deliberate record deliberate. Canon deliberate. Oh. Illusion.
做，科系，
选择大学科系。
哩，
Oops. Array. Oh. Yeah. Wait.
顺利，
工作正在顺利进行。
Okay.
小猫，
小猫喵喵叫。
红，
Oh. Quan. Whoops. Ah. Quan. Not Quan.
为，
Oh. Mole. Oh, Dao. Wrong tone.
“旁边”
王先生旁边那位先生是谁？
短期
短期投资。
黑猫
可爱的黑猫。
Yeah, this one is weak, right? Sort of.
街
Or Crete, welcome. What? Oh, I didn't type the G. Again, G. Please. Type the G, please.
欢装情不宜
这部电影儿童不宜。
这部电影儿童不宜。
岛今年
我今年要学中文。
广西边
太阳落在西边。
West side, the west side. Ooh, wait. That's not it.
国际
国际合作。
在家
你妈妈在家吗？
越来越
天越来越冷了。
还原
还原原始状态。
还原状态。Return to its original, I guess. To restore, I guess, is also recover and restore are similar.
东
Empress, Foreman.
树
Oops, I missed the R. Oh. I got it confused. I mixed it up with something. It's fine. Silk. And
组成，
每5个人组成一组，
组成 group turn into a group. What happened here? Package heal. The heck? Package put. About, drawing a blank. Oh, it's Pao. Oh, dang, it's in Pao Bu. Alright. Retroactively, that's not gonna help, huh? So package, opening a package. Inside are 2 Patrick Star. In the cellar. This is really early on. Very early on. Okay. This is our only word. Pao Bu. Oh, there's also Pao Dao. Or, oh no, just Man Pao. Not even Pao Bu actually. Pao Bu is not even available yet. Stilts. No idea why it's in the barn. Oh, empty milk jugs. Okay. Head on the ceiling. Okay. This is kind of like a block like gay. That's acceptable. I mean, metal blocks are pretty bad. Restore, recover, return. Okay. No. Add, recover. Not quite right. Not quite the same thing. What was this? We have the blowgun. Oh.
叫喊，
他开始叫喊了。
是，原理，
河水的流动可以用重力原理来解释。
明年，
你明年几岁？
明年。你明年几岁？That still means next year? Huh.
改组，
这个团队需要改组。
改组。山脚。Yes。
山脚，
工厂坐落在山脚下。
选票，
超过半数的选票。
Or vote。vote。
点，
spot。
超，喊叫，
他疼得大声喊叫。
参，脚印，
雪地上地脚印。
跑，想，天际，
在遥远的天际。
天际。
是，脚，碗，
Right。
分组，
我们今天要分组。
It is, but divide. Oh, we don't have separate. Separate. Okay. Oh, I missed the H.
养，
Right.
饱，中，晚，经， 因
ooh.
特点
中国文化有什么特点？
Oh.
湖边
他坐在湖边读书。
感情
你要理解他的感情。
你要理的感情。
心态
心态良好。
大声
他大声说话。
回与
It's in or inside. In. Fine.
声拿出
拿出身份证。
飞跃
飞越太平洋。
The year was I forgot what the ascribed meaning to year was. It's past.
蓝
What? Oh. That's silent.
清晨
他每天清晨6点出工。
那儿
他在那儿立了半天了。
Okay. You have a weak character. You have a weak character. And a weak technically another weak character. That character didn't come up. Dear house. Gotta think of weird household. Oh, tomorrow is the day where we cross the threshold. 300. Okay. Our errors are piling up. Okay. Over this stuff. What time is it? 9:40 p.m. Letter, bundle, tapestry. Lian. Ian. Yan. Whoa. Bian, Yan. Jeez. Dong. Wait. Yeah, Dong. Free. Conga line, boombox, and a TP party. Yeah. No. Cha. Li. Oops. Li cha. Ao. Li. No. 超级 要较量业绩 no 业绩 Ding. What is that? Flower. Oh. Squire. Xinjiang. 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 An. Anjian. 绿茶啊，绿色。成绩。Right. Different type of grade. 汽车 脸色年级 different grade 体检那体检 right okay all right we have gay. We're okay with this for a bit. Hoang, a little disappointing. Oh. Okay, gotta reinforce. And then one from yesterday, one from 2 days ago. Right, it was a tombstone. Sure. Ooh. Appropriate. This one's okay. Ming Kuai. Who said we're gonna pivot to clear? It's on the burner. In our newest one. Ooh. 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 It was foreman, spare foreman, and muscular arm, right? We gotta think about strange house in order to get it. Or Fuyan. Ooh. Service. Have yet. I don't know what it actually looks like. Oh, it could be roll. No, that's dung. Yeah, it's something else. So instead, we go with ask of providing clothing, right? Serve. Or clothing worn to perform task. Service. It's the closest thing we can get right now. I click on Fu. Where's Fu? Not in, so I got it past a week. Wait. Oh, they don't. Okay, they do not include it. Oh, wait. It's probably under. Ooh. Where's Fu Yan? Oh no Fu Yan. Interesting. So would it be a different one? Shai Fu. Nope. Just Fu Yan is not a thing. Okay, fair enough. Intriguing. Alright. I'm going to do work this out. So I have Link retreating to the bathroom of the pawn shop. Yes, he's getting ready for his pawn shop apprenticeship. So what does he have to do? He has to practice using silk to make letters. Practice making silk letters for Zelda in order to ground Link. Tapestry. So Bigfoot is retreating to the pawn shop bathroom as well. Only he is running away from the foreman. So he changed himself into a furry tapestry. And change back. We have Yugi in the bathroom of the pawn shop. He also retreated to the bathroom of the pawn shop, right? Yeah. Yen. Yen. Only he is cold. And wrote down a wish on a piece of paper. On a page. And out pops. Wrote down his wish on a page. And out pops a cliff spring. Yeah, it's right. Cliff spring. Then we have Dracula somehow finding himself sneaking in to the basement of the temple with some relics. A bundle is part of the letter. Trying to find the meaning of a soul, to understand the soul of a vampire. And he happens to come upon a relic that was the flower kettlebell. Kettlebell of understanding. All right. Fewer characters for tomorrow. More vocabulary. All right. That's it. Not too bad for today. Be better. But here we are. So we dropped 2 characters in quite some time. 2 characters fairly close to each other, actually. Alright, folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. We're gonna watch this later. 谢谢. As always, feel free to drop by, answer a question, stay for the discussion, right? Until next time, for those who are only interested in Chinese, 大家下次见. Yeah, next time. Today we're gonna do a little bit something a little different. I gotta start my beginning opening opinion segment. The start of a new project that will probably take the next couple of weeks, or next 1.5 weeks possibly. It's the game, so to speak. I'll be back to gonna go stretch, walk around a little bit, and be back to start that. Thank you. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome. Time to start another project. This is the final project of the month of April 2025. I like to think that we will be able to see the conclusion of this before May rolls around. If not, that's okay. Delay some of the May stuff. Not in too much hurry. As with most projects, I've decided to stay consistent with a specific segment in order to record and write my thoughts coming into it and etc. as somewhat of an attempt to make a short overview, right? Motivations, living in the moment, understanding what goes into decisions and thoughts as I'm thinking about my expectations and motivations, then see what happens during the process, and then at the final we would have some sort of candid conclusion, right? So let's start off like this. All right, so these segments typically are called opening opinions. Right, opening opinions, an emphasis on opinions, commentary, things that are anecdotal, and it is not comprehensive. Oftentimes these are improvised. I ruminated on many of these ideas that I'm about to share today. Not really meant to be like some sort of really well-defined script or essay that I prepped. Something that I practice over time and using it as a routine or a habit that I get into for my own personal peace of mind and thinking. So opening opinions. So what are they like? The first stuff we'll go into is something I can gather about the developer, right? The developer and or publisher, if that is relevant. And a lot of times I tend to have indie choices, so the developer and the publisher tend to be one in the same. And maybe some commentary that I observed of the initial, since this is post-launch, right? As I'm going into this post-launch, I have some resources for initial impressions, right? I do not have any initial impressions for this prior to launch, pre-launch impressions. Sometimes in a super rare occasion, I might be part of an initial impression, like a pre-launch one. But this is post-launch, so that means I can also see the initial impressions from various groups that use this going into it. So those are kind of like observations, right? Observational facts. I like to start there largely because it's very nice to have somewhat of an understanding if it's available, that developers are transparent about certain things or sharing their vision. That type of thing motivates me to getting an understanding of the design choices and establish somewhat of a parasocial relationship with the product. Usually that forms the deepest of value to me when engaging in things. So then we go into what am I bringing into it, right? So these are quote unquote facts before playing. Or before, let's just, instead of using playing, we'll use the word playing. Playing. Say facts before relevance. Let's say facts relevant personal facts to the project. Right? This includes in this context, as a teaser, this context would be things involved in language learning. In this case, specifically Japanese. And then other relevant facts would be prior experience with other games or other projects. Right, which I'll probably highlight as we go in a little bit more detail. And those would be wakotabi and shashinko. And then a little bit further down the line, I'll be talking about things like expectations, or I don't want to say expectations. Observational focus. So things like design elements that I'm looking for or possibly not looking for, things like how they present the information, and this is coming from relating the first top two, right? These things and weighing them, and then looking at design elements. This involves something like how's the vocabulary being introduced, how is reinforcement done, for example, reinforcement. And then lastly, maybe I'll address some early hot takes, right? Personal anecdotes on hot takes, I suppose. On maybe like gaming or games as edutainment, because that's got a really saucy thing that relates to actually wakotabi, shashinko, and this game already. It draws this really passionate standpoint on games and education. And that's kind of what we're going to cover today. Hopefully in the next hour, we can hop right in. So let's go with our first one. Developer and publisher. I'm going to bring up so that I can have a point of reference. So this developer does have a website, which is a very social norm thing now, right? So a lot of social norms. Maybe I'll write a little bit of in red. So there are new social norms which I was going to talk about later. So social norms and or business norms these days. Often first developers, like game developers and publishers alike tend to have some form of social presence, right? And that typically includes things like a social media stuff like X, face like YouTube, even Twitch, right? So in this case, they also have websites, which oftentimes it's through a service, which is incredibly serviceable, like Squarespace, right? Like Squarespace. So these things have become a social norm. These are normalized. Discord, right? A Discord, which they do have. I did not peruse the Discord yet. I do typically hop into the Discord to see what's happening. Look at if there's some sort of coding stuff. Quite a lot of indie developers now stream, like even Steam, to showcase, like have dev streams where showcase their game and whatnot and what they're doing and how they're doing it. So these things create a lot of transparency and relatability. I have not done any of these things generally before a game. I typically do it either during a game or after the game. So let's see. In this case, we're going to start with what is available on the website. And from what I gathered, right, it seems like this game is brought to us by someone named Erik Andersen. They went by a name basis for both credit to the developer and publisher. So this is self-published, Erik Andersen, and on his site there are home where it's a very streamlined. You have a Discord link, right? You have a Discord link, a demonstration of how it works, and this game is only on Steam, right? So we have an emphasis on immersion, using 2D, we're gonna say somewhat isometric or top-down. It's like top-down aesthetic. So harking to more of a retro look, and it is using immersion with context clues visually, context clues, and often that is presented more in a puzzle manner, really loosely using the word puzzle. That's what it's being presented, and it's offering, I want to say, if I remember a number, it was like 600-ish words, right? Words in which it's presented in sentences of some sort. Got quite a lot of accolades. There are 4 accolades: PAX Rising, Indie Game Showcases, Tokyo Game Show as well, for official selections and whatnot. So some accolades, 100 words, sentences, And how it works is looking like you basically farm for words or look for words, and they can be presented in kanji and or English, and you match them, right? So it's a puzzle matching thing system by interacting with an environment, a virtual environment. And this virtual environment was advertised as a more of a travel relevance. So basically a foreigner in another country, which we'll go into drawing some comparisons in a bit, because Wagotabi actually has a similar pretext for this. So other than that, we have an about section, and it's a fairly modest one, so I'll read it here. So he introduces himself. His name is Erik Andersen. Actually, I think I misspelled his last name. It's an E, not an O. So Erik Andersen, an independent game developer and creator of this would be his first game. Well, his first game under publication. So this would be the first game published as an indie. Right. And he created, so to speak, with the help of friends and family. That's kind of interesting. It's a shame I don't know in what. It might be in the credits. So while he might be considered the primary developer, right? This would be a solo dev situation. Assets and stuff were the help of his friends and family, apparently. That includes music, voice acting, playtesting, proofreading, and advice. I'm kind of curious where the voice acting comes in. Largely because this is a from zero, or like a zero competence game. So I heard a little bit of the music because I had to start the game and look at it. So, and then they play test and proofread and advice. So it would be interesting to hear what the background of friends and family. It's understandable due to privacy concerns and whatnot. It would be interesting if they're credited in the game to see how big of a group it was. This is fairly classical when it comes to a first-time indie involving friends and family and whatnot. He mentions that previously he worked on an educational video game in academia, so he had worked in academia, and first as a graduate student. He's also part of a higher education, right? So graduate level. Graduate level. Some of the assets, right? Assets. Friends and family. Help. And he worked on educational video games as on the graduate level. Which is not uncommon. Even games like many breakout indie game developers that have early breakouts tend to have some connection with their education in the gaming, like in making games in the process. This person actually went into academia. He was a graduate student at the University of Washington, so American. At least American in the sense of American university. Whether he is diaspora, second gen, multicultural, it's difficult to tell. There's not enough information. And he co-led during that, so not technically, this is his first published game, but not technically his first game experience, right? where he co-led the team that created the fractions learning game Refraction. I'm not familiar with this game, but maybe we can go and take a peek at that in the future. I wouldn't mind diving back into mathematics in some way. And later on, he was an assistant professor at Cornell University, which is actually very neighboring, teaching video game development. So he's not only graduate level, postdoctoral, I guess, possibly either postdoctoral academia position. And this is for game design or game development, right? They are different. I'm going to be a little loose. I don't work in a video game development, so I'm going to try not to be as pedantic about these terms. And then he said at the second group, this is where the relevance of the language learning comes in. Despite taking several years of Japanese classes, so yet a very common theme about these app development, gamification, your immersion ploy, websites dealing with implying comprehensible input theory and whatnot, they tend to start with this narration of formal education not meeting expectations, right, at a later age. It's not really clear when and where and how old he was when he did it, but he says despite taking several years, right, 7 years actually, very specific number, 7 years of, I'm guessing when he says classes, formal classes, so we're talking about traditional classrooms, and going on several trips. So he also had several trips to Japan. He's still pretty bad at it. Now, it's bad is a relative term oftentimes, and it's very difficult to let's do a deep cut here in red because these are my deep cuts. When I think of a possibly person who's postdoctoral and or graduate plus, and they work in academia for some time, I feel like oftentimes standards tend to be heightened when it comes to self-evaluation. And this often can come off as a potential area where imposter syndrome can happen, right? So I would take this with a grain of salt when he's, in my opinion, initially, when I think about it. Bad might be incredibly much higher. I'm not suggesting everyone's like this, but it might be a higher bar than one might think. 7 years of Japanese classes, right? And going on several trips to Japan is not an average thing. It's not average. However, maybe it's a component of language learning or something. I highly doubt that it is still pretty bad in the sense of coming from someone who is having an average threshold for intellectual discovery, right? Oftentimes when you're in academia for a very long time or sufficient time and you're surrounded by people who have a high standard of competence, a very common behavioral pattern, which I share with a lot of my best friends when we talk about things, about our own accolades, is generally everything's pretty meh. You can always do more, but oftentimes the more you learn, the more you think the more things you don't know. And that's usually what I would think about that. 7 years of Japanese classes sounds like an incredibly long dedication for someone who is actively in academics, as well as committing to trips knowing that they have direct interaction. So probably not as bad. I'm gonna say not as bad as this person may think. Not as bad. That's the thing about imposter syndrome and like high academic standards. It takes another person to have a more relatively grounded look. The person themselves evaluating themselves can be very unreliable, can become progressively unreliable, and I'm obviously well aware of this too. Okay, so he believes that there must be better ways, like it must be possible to have better ways, and that is the setup for most of the gamification stuff, edutainment games, apps. That is the basis for the motivation for making and creating things. There must be other possible way. Now, whether they achieved it or not, that is part of their calling, right? That's their motivation. So they will continue to try to make it possible. Whether it is achieved or not is very dependent on after the fact occurrences. So do we know that, so to speak, for example, is a quote unquote better way to learn? We'll get into that in a little bit, because I think, oh, I use green, that's fine. And then this motivated him to make a video game that replicates his own experience of staring at signs in Japan and trying to desperately figure out what's going on, right? So he took those trips to Japan, and it seems like that would be the premise for So to Speak. You go to Japan and pop in some immersion, and that's all that's really offered about the creator. Seems like a very humble person going about it. As from the community standpoint, I should use this color. So from the community standpoint, the initial game was released in March. This is local time, so March 31st, 2025. I watched it tick because I have been waiting for this. This game has gotten delayed a couple times. It might be a window release kind of situation, or maybe like a wish list type of situation. But in the meantime, this is not the first game. This is not the first time it is exposed. It's not like a shadow drop in or something that just happened to come up. There have been playtesters that are, I'm gonna say, content creators, like from looking at feedback and stuff, and there have been people that follow for more than 3 years. So this project has been ongoing and visible in some sort of social aspect for 3 years. That's what I collected from the people, and also from the initial reviews. Indie games, especially edutainment games that operate at a very niche, can go as low as no, like, single digit reviews to starting off with teens. I would say typically in tens of reviews are very auspicious for a indie release for a niche group. And sure enough, at the time of this writing, it's about 50 reviews, and the vast majority of them, 97%, I'm gonna say 49-ish, like the vast majority, with the one exception. So one person cited very common, far more common criticisms, and it's not unheard of. So we'll go into that a little bit in a bit, and the rest are recommended, right? Recommended. And very common trends for the majority. So the majority our ideas are coming from people who want exposure, and reinforcement. Also, many of them, a common trend was that they followed the project for some time. The one person that had the very common criticism is what we're gonna get into later about the hot takes, and that definitely it often involves questioning. It often involves maximalist perspective, and hyper focus on particulars, on specifics, as opposed to like looking at it as a holistic thing. And it's usually maximalist in the sense of expectations. So overall, glowing launch, fairly above average fanfare for an incredibly niche thing. To draw some comparisons, right? Like which we'll go into now. Draw some comparisons in purple. Right, relevant personal facts to the project. I would say we'll take Shashinko, right? Shashinko as an example. I've played Shashinko. And also Wagotabi. Now these represent, the closest one would be Shashinko, which I have already covered. And I actually didn't do a conclusion yet because I'm pending on a potential motivation for the developer to update the game with the updated content or something. So it's still, one could say, development is updates are still possible. So it's still possible. And then Wagotabi is on a moving update, so regular updates. And one thing that makes Shashinko more relatable to so to speak is Shashinko is a I want to say a standing game. So it stands alone. It's a standalone game. In that's the product. Wagotabi is a mobile forward project. So it is expected for one-time cost to include regular updates in order to bolster and expand on the game. So on a monthly basis. And we won't go into too much of that. But to compare in terms of like its reception and whatnot, the closest metric would be Shashinko, which Shashinko is sitting around like 500 reviews. And to me, on average, for an indie game, especially a first published indie game in a niche environment, this is extremely auspicious. Right? So for so to speak to be out for less than a month now, to have accrue 50 reviews on Steam is fantastic, and Steam only. Shashinko, I'm not sure if started on Steam only, possibly, but we're using the Steam metric, like my experience with Steam as opposed to other things. While Wagotabi has a farther bigger reach because it prioritized iOS and Android. And those are glowing too because it's practically one of a kind, the way they go about it. Now, that's what I know about comparison. And Shashinko, I think this had 600 words. Shashinko had, to further compare, Shashinko had 145 primaries. And then there it goes up to, I'm going to say like 250 associated in total. So you have 145 primary photos. Shashinko use a photo approach, right? So they use a photography approach where you go around in a foreign place, which happens to be very reminiscent of Japan, and you take photos, and that photos then is presented with the vocabulary, which is a clever way to create a flashcard. And then that flashcard in the back have an assortment of associated terms that I offer as associate terms because the primary focus was associating with the object. Wagotabi takes a different approach, and take Japanese culture as the premise for a travel presentation. So in this case, the travel aspect is closer to, so to speak, at least the impression I'm getting. So Wagotabi has that presentation of traveling, you encounter things, you have dialogue, or you have to decipher things. Shashinko is you snap, you get the exposure, and through that repetition. So Shashinko strikes harder in terms of, let's just say, an SRSC like thing that people are much more familiar with in my recent in experience. So WaniKani, Anki, HanziHero, where you're doing a target word thing. Now Wagotabi has quite a more elaborate way, hence the rolling updates. They provide an environment and they use the dialogue so it feels more closer to a mini game, a modular mini game system promoted through an RPG format. So you walk around, you talk, you have dialogues, you solve tasks. Those tasks create mini games, as in mini tasks that you must accomplish. And meanwhile, they use that RPG format to introduce Japanese culture. Real, actual references, and all of them are curated to reflect learning something. So it's both a culturally relevant source of material as well as a bit of role playing. You role play your dialogue and whatnot. And on top of that, Wagotabi's project is steadily incorporating SRS. So they have an upkeep system that deals with doing your focus testing. They have a book. So does Shashinko as well. So Shashinko does include that as a reference. So Shashinko includes a reference material, like a book which explains the grammar and basic foundations that allow you to utilize the words that are in it. However, it's presented as a reference material. Wagotabi has a reference material as well. However, those engage an SRS system where it tracks your progress and provide graphical things. It also has overall, Wagotabi has like a larger group as well. So not to diminish this, Shashinko is still solely a singular person's project. So is Erik Andersen, and so to speak. WagoTabi has a much more elaborate setup, multiple developers, multiple sources. They are located in Japan as well, and they have collaborators as well. So it's a very much larger project, making it so that it's possible to have mini game systems, reinforcement, language, voice acting, entirely voice act actually in WagoTabi. Shoshinko does not have voice acting, which makes, so to speak, interesting about the voice acting. I'm kind of curious. One person coding most of the stuff. Music was a collaboration, and that's it. It's a visual, non-verbal, visual, explicit things. WagoTabi is completely verbal, role-playing, and then the mini games, many of your reference materials are applying some concepts of SRS as reinforcement, and also longevity, as in the game's replayability as you're waiting for the next one. And it's continuing to expand regularly, which is incredibly in the current standard for my expectations of things that I would look for. It's not to expect that they have to have those things. Lots of structural things that can be in the game, but it would be interesting to see how they go about doing so, right? So observational focus, let's see, we have prior knowledge. Let's add a few other things. So when we talk about words, right, 600 words, and WagoTabi has it. I actually don't know what WagoTabi is up to. I'm gonna say it's in the neighborhood of 600 words too. So I haven't even counted. I should have checked. I would say no more than 200 kanji characters so far, or maybe like around 200 kanji characters and 600 words possibly. So 200 kanji characters, 600 words, lots of N5, possibly some N4 concepts introduced. Shoshinko's dictionary, like reference material, is covering a lot of the N5 and N4 concepts as well, and I don't expect this to be much different. So right now, some prior experience that I have to include. Shoshinko, I would say these are Shoshinko's numbers. WagoTabi is sitting around like maybe 200 kanji, if that, probably less than 200 kanji. That's like 600 words, and this one is clearly N5, and so is Shoshinko. I would say N5 if to give some relative perspective. Meanwhile, things that prior that I bring into this, right? Yes, relevant personal facts. So relevant personal facts, what is it looking like for me? Shoshinko, all of the things in Shoshinko. Then we have WaniKani. WaniKani is sitting at 400 kanji, covering almost pretty much all of N5 vocabulary, but not grammar, right? So this is void of grammar, so no grammar. N5 coverage, and most of N4 with the 400 kanji, right? Mostly. And for words, 1,000. So we're at 1,000 words. That's to contextualize. So this, and we have one more that's brought in, which is Duolingo Japanese course. And from the Duolingo Japanese course so far, I'm resuming it in May, right? this would be like a primer to, and in Duolingo Japanese, it's also 400 kanji, and not necessarily perfectly overlapped with WaniKani. 400 kanji, and we're looking at, actually it's not 1,000 words, it's 1,500. And then in Duolingo, we're looking at 3,000 words. But there is a asterisk on here. Duolingo introduces vocabulary initially by using kana, and then they convert the vocabulary into kanji. So I often said anywhere between 4,000, like 3,000 is lower end, 4,000 vocabulary or associated vocabulary overall, and at the higher end probably somewhere around 6,000. And they are slowly being converted. So in this was intentional in the sense that I was seeking to use WaniKani long enough to sync up with Duolingo Japanese to some extent, and then move on with Duolingo Japanese. But these are the things that are relevant to coming into this game. Additionally, one last thing, while WaniKani is void of grammar, Duolingo has a lot of implicit grammar because it's sentence based, which will be relevant to So to Speak, since it looks like it's probably sentence based puzzle solving or sentence based matching, as opposed to Wagotabi's approach of creating conversational themes to lead to the sentence construction. And then Shashinko is completely void of any output practice for sentence construction. Wagotabi has output for sentence construction, So to Speak might, and Duolingo is exclusively, nearly the vast majority of it is simple sentence output. And WaniKani is an SRS system that has no sentence output other than context clues or context sentence, which you hear and read, or at least that's how I engage with it. So all the structure, like the implicit learning, covers N5 to N4 concepts. So as a result of using Duolingo Japanese, I myself in the background brushed up on N5 to N4 grammar structures, nearly all of the N5 concepts and some of the N4 concepts, which can play a role into how I interpret So to Speak. Because I imagine when it's advertised as a game that no prior Japanese required, so effectively that is telling me that it is an approach that is independent of structure, any like prior structure knowledge. You discover the structure as you go, and you associate things through context clues, rather than requiring a foundation, for example, kana. And all of this also indicates that I have proficiency in kana in both writing, like speech, and writing. And I'm writing the output because the input would be inferred. So listening, seeing, speech, and writing for kana, which probably this game is going to circumvent. When you get dropped in to a place and you're looking and figuring out, you will circumvent kana. Meanwhile, things like WaniKani expects you to have kana already. Duolingo belabors the thing for a very, very long time, to the point where kana is predominantly something you grow out of way, way later in the task, when kanji starts to be introduced. So they take their time with kana. Shashinko is completely expected of you to self-impose your own kana. The reference material does have a book in which kana. Wagotabi does progression. So they do the thing where if you learn it, that gets replaced. So you progressively learn and replace all of the English and or your localization content over time, and at some point it will be completely immersed in Japanese. Meanwhile, it would be interesting to see what So to Speak does. I did see English, so translation is part of the workflow, right? And that will play into it. So, with all that said, those are some relevant things. How much time do I have? Not too much left. Observational focus. So let's go to a new canvas for observational focus, which I've highlighted already then. Purple. Okay. So some focuses, observational focus. That interests me quite a lot, actually. Largely because I would love to see more iterations and expansion of edutainment things. I don't know what sphere of edutainment is most popular. I think the mobile front, app design, is by far, right, most proliferative. Is it consistent? Not entirely sure. I recently entered a dialogue with another person about their skepticism with apps, and so am I. The volume is dramatically high. So Wagotabi is playing in a area that is most representative, I would say, of where edutainment stuff is. Video games, large production video games, rarely engage or touch upon an educational aspect outside of prioritizing it outside of entertainment, right? So observational focus, stuff that I can take from Shashinko and Wagotabi. So things will, I think I refer to this as the like bottom line stuff. I kind of did this bit with Like a Dragon, and because Like a Dragon is now a series that have bottom line expectations. So what are bottom line things? We have the gameplay loop, quote unquote gameplay loop. So oftentimes, how is initial exposure created? In terms of like Shashinko, you literally look at an asset. So you see the asset and then you take a picture of it. And then that leads to the photo that gives you an explicit vocabulary. And that vocabulary is represented in both, it might be only in furigana. So it's represented in furigana as a option, furigana and kanji. I am unsure if domaji is included. I don't think, maybe. But furigana and kanji is the default, if I remember correctly. So you look at the asset, that's where the initial exposure is, right? In Wagotabi, dialogue. So it's represented by conversation. And those conversation are hybrid and then transition. So what I mean by that is there is English with Japanese, and then over time Japanese replaces English. So you walk around, there are some foreigners, right? You're not the only foreigner. There are other foreigners or NPCs, and those NPCs can provide context in a way of explaining more difficult cultural things. It gives leeway so that they can explain, oh, the legend of Momo and whatnot, over time, that becomes Japanese. So it's actually very hard to tell what is in English and then gets phased over because you get used to it. So the idea is you do a transition period, and that's how they do their initial exposure. They can explain things in English in a dialogue way, so they do it through role playing. Hang on. There's a daily Twitch bot. Thank you, daily Twitch bot. Okay. So now the idea is, one of the focus is, how is the initial exposure created? These would be a reference idea on how he can create the initial exposure. I'm not going to make any predictions, obviously. That's kind of what you play the game for. So these are previous things. So one of the center points of is initial exposure, and that's part of the gameplay loop. The next one is initial exposure. We could also call this discovery, right? And another aspect of language learning, oftentimes in edutainment, one of the bottom lines of the gameplay loop is, what is the context? So what are the contexts, like context mechanics? Shashinko is entirely still reliant on your photo album. So the context mechanic is, you're taking a photo, you have your photo album, and it gets reinforced through associating the image with the term. And that's how that's the context mechanic, right? So Shashinko ends there. Wagotabi offers multiple things in that, while dialogue provides the exposure, right? So it's no longer in the context mechanic, then is application in dialogue. So how one need, like, required to speak, right? To speak, ask questions, understand relative cultural bits, like cultural bits, and problem solving. Like, oh, you need to find a bag. Well, you have to ask people how to look for a bag, or where do you get a bag, and objects are introduced based through problem solving, and then you learn the cultural bits slowly through English, and then eventually those English are transitioned into Japanese as the relevant vocabulary is being phased out for Japanese. So that's their context over time. And so to speak, you know, we can do speculations. If you get dropped in and you don't know the foreign language, you know, the foreign language that you're dropping in the country, you can look at signs. You see, like, oh, okay, there are some buses next to this sign, so there's a chance that this is a bus stop, that kind of thing, right? So it's probably going to be visual, like Shashinko. However, there's probably a leeway in using a hybrid system with some translation and some word exposure, like just straight up word exposure. So kind of like Shashinko, where you discover something, you're given a term, and that term floats around until you can associate it with its environmental context, right? Very much like early puzzle solving. For example, when you're playing something like, which I will throw in something extra. I play a lot of indie puzzlers over my life, indie puzzle games, and puzzlers tend to drop you in a universe with specific rules. Specific rules, not unlike being dropped in a country that you don't speak the target language. The language has specific rules, and you have to operate within them in the context, right? So indie puzzlers, they devise specific rules that are outside of the rules that you typically operate in, and maybe some concessions. So there's like some logic, there's logic that attaches the abstract rules, abstractions. And that's probably how I feel that, so to speak, is going to approach things. There's going to be a mechanical loop. And that's one of the focuses. What is the mechanical loop? How is the discovery done? That leads into the context that provides the comprehension. And oftentimes, this leads to like a hot take, which I'll include here. This hot take. Oftentimes, when people talk about comprehension, is often the theory of comprehensible input is brought up, right? And if we were being reductive, which I feel the more common time, reductive arguments would often go for a one-to-one relation. And what I mean by that is it is only constitutes, a lot of times it's very stringent what constitutes as an application of comprehensible input, and that if you're learning a language, then it is a language that must provide the comprehension, the comprehensibility. And to me, that is very agreeable, right? If you want to learn Japanese using Japanese in a comprehensible way, that is a very efficacious method. When it comes to video games and SRS and my, I guess, life or career, my prior career in science, in academia, it is through applying something like comprehensible inputs, but now we're doing abstraction connection. So when you have an abstraction, as in how do I know, right, this sign means bus stop, if someone doesn't describe a bus stop in Japanese that I understand, right? They show a bus, animate a bus, nonverbal cues, visual cues, or even give me a story of what it's like to remind me of the word bus and stop. These are abstractions. Things can be comprehensible if it's related in the form of abstractions, and oftentimes many of these applications use mnemonics. And mnemonics tend to be very reliant on resonance. So one has to be related. Mnemonics is a form of, it is loosely, indirectly a form of applying comprehensible input. It's comprehensible and memorable if you can resonate with it. If thinking of a red of a rectangular sign next to an awning glass thing tells you this is a bus stop, and then you look at that word, it's like that word must mean bus stop. It is comprehensible that that word is bus stop because all your imagery and stuff provides the context, right? The context. And oftentimes video games, especially puzzlers, can educate or define rules without ever explicitly saying anything. Cue really wonderful puzzlers, like by design. Things like Portal. Recently, the Talos Principle got remastered, or Talos Principle 2. Maybe a shout out to Japanese games, any Sokoban games, which a particular one that I played for a while was Monster Expedition. A Monsters Expedition. And why is this relevant to science, right? To science. You do something, you test it, and then you observe and try to explain it. Now, oftentimes comprehensible input, when it is applied to language, is assuming that someone else is explicitly providing the comprehensibility at some point. Well, when you're discovering something, you are using what you know in context in order to ascertain a meaning, but it does not require an overlapping literal one-to-one relationship. That is awfully incredibly restrictive. And overall, whatever people say about this reductive approach of, oh, you got to listen to the native language and etc. That's the most. I agree in addition. So that's cool. That's a form of input using comprehensibility. This way, in video games, it can be visual, it can be virtual, which imitates another version, another component of what the really edgy thing called immersion. And actually, Erik Andersen uses this buzzword to immersion. And when I played other video games, people would say, oh, now you're immersing in real content. That's one of the really hot takes that I get all the time. Like, well, whether it's real or not, it's comprehensible. So you could use abstract concepts to learn real content. It's comprehensible. So there's often this very reductive way of, and it's on both ends. One that are purists who say to learn Japanese is to see it written, like use Japanese to learn Japanese. And then on the other hand, it's that you have to be immersed in it. So one of the pillars of immersion is visual, living space, lifestyle, and then also the abstractions of writing system and whatnot, right? So yeah, all the above. Like, it's not one or the other, it's all of the above. Immersion has lots of immersion has emergence on how dynamic it is to engage in someone's capacity to learn something, especially a child. But an adult being thrown into a foreign environment also leverages, if not even more, with even more discipline and structure than a child is able to in a foreign environment. If you throw a child into a foreign environment, they will likely not have the capacity to survive in that foreign environment, right? You have the discipline, which also comes with its interference. That's where most people feel like interference is bad, or you can somehow do away with interference in order to embrace immersion and learn like a kid again. It's like, well, to learn most efficaciously an adult, you would leverage if you're going to have to negotiate that interference, you would probably have to also have the opportunity to leverage what is important about that interference. Discipline. What you bring, like this, what you bring to an experience. You can choose to pretend like you don't know any of your prior experience and then pretend like you're a child, an ignorant child that has no prior perspective. That's fair enough. That's definitely up to the prerogative of to the person. But in this case, yes, this is probably what I would expect in a mechanical loop of this nature, right? So that's pretty addressing a very common hot take while we're going about it. Other design cues. For me, oftentimes there's a very how was I say, expect like a music and sound, right? But let's start with music. Since there's music in this, it often gears towards a certain type of a beta wavy aesthetic, right? And this is more in the realm of subjectivity and very hard to quantify, but generally when it comes to games like this, it's interesting to see what type of musicality they decide to embrace. There is a very classical trend when it comes to education material versus entertainment material, but it would be really fun to see if someone breaks the mold, and so to speak might break that mold or take risks. We'll see. And then of course there's sound, and under sound I am going to include vocals, right? So from that description we are assuming there are vocals, and this is an incredibly hot topic that a lot of people mention, and we'll write it in red: native speech. I earnestly think there is a very natural tendency for the native speaker fallacy when it comes to a trendy, when it comes to an trending language. However, I would concede that Japanese is still largely like 95% homogeneous. That's not the greatest. What I mean is it's more homogeneous than if this game was English and or Spanish, for example. So this is a hot topic because there's this elitism that deals with native speaker fallacy, that prompts a lot of native speaker fallacy when it comes to reviewing or looking for designs in a game. It doesn't look like anyone really pointed that out in the reviews, so maybe it's kept to a minimum. Or the voice acting, I appreciate the like the whatever they include. I like to make this a little bit hotter. My experience is Duolingo, and that's synthetic. Interesting enough, Duolingo, and I'm specifically talking about Duolingo Japanese, because I don't think it's true for Duolingo Spanish. There's certain exceptions where it's not synthetic, but for the most part, in Japanese, it's 100% synthetic. And then, you know, even HanziHero, 100% synthetic. Now, recently, WaniKani has provided vocabulary, so I could hear vocabulary words that is native, or I'm gonna say native in quotations because they're one representation of native, two representations actually, a female, actually two females, occasionally there was another one, and then one male so far in terms of how they repeat. So when you're playing a puzzler, I expect to see like, oh, here's a card, right? Kind of like Duolingo, and you tap on this card and you're probably going to hear an output of maybe native or not. We'll see. So that's one of those things, and I appreciate it. Whichever type of input you have, I feel one of the fallacious logic is if you get so used to hearing something, it takes a lot of effort to unlearn it, or like relearn it, or abandon it. I don't particularly resonate with that type of thing. It's more like I keep it and I learn something on top of it. Like it's an addition, and eventually this stuff grooms themselves out. But generally speaking, it often deals with the concept of passive habit formation and management. Versus an active one, which I typically prescribe to, personally, for my own well-being. Active. Okay, and I think that's a good place to... Oh, there's one really, really off... this is going to be a red. This is hot topic. And it comes up quite a lot. Oh, let's end with a few hot topics that I noticed. And that's coming with... these two are related. Comprehensiveness and challenge. This is incredibly hot because when you start thinking about when you start throwing around the word game, challenge takes on a whole different target audience. And then when you combine it with learning, this is multiplicative. I don't know how to spell that. Let's just say we'll use the word compounded. Compounded expectations. And I talked about this about Shashinko in the beginning and throughout, but I haven't done a conclusion. And in Wagotabi, I did a tentative take on Wagotabi, and that's usually dealing with challenge and gaming, with gaming and learning combined to the challenge, which often involves comprehensiveness. So, where's the rest? Where's the rest of the game? Like, it deals with the idea that people know how many kanji. How many kanji they want to know, right? Where's the rest? I think when I'm playing Wagotabi, the most common question often is, oh, is the full game released yet? And that's a tough thing to quantify, especially for a video game, that's tough, right? For a game and a product, that's tough. For a learning experience, it leans on comprehensiveness. And then that comprehensiveness often dictates its challenge. So, oh yeah, how many kanji do you have to know? Oh yeah, that can be very tough. 6,000 kanji, that's a lot. Or like Chinese have, I don't know, 4,000 homonyms, that's tough. That's kind of the comprehensive. And then when you take the game, it's often, even if the content is limited, how challenging is it? Provide the comprehensiveness of a video game because you want to be pushed to your limit. Now, this is, in my opinion, one of the top 5 hottest points of criticism. Accuracy through its comprehensiveness, and challenge through its gameplay loop. And the one person that is disgruntled, the one discontent on so to speak so far, is also the one are very similar to the one really hot negative thread in Shashinko that I saw recently, because I kind of up to date on these. And then far in looking at the vast minority of negative reviews of Wagotabi. And in addition, personal anecdote that I want to throw in myself, which is in blue and red probably, is my experience sharing my learning experience with WaniKani, HanziHero, and Duolingo. All of these come back to the challenge and the comprehensiveness of what I'm using. Like, how much kanji does this cover? How much Hanzi does this cover? How fast are you learning this? And by fast, is it keeping it relatively hard or is it easy? Oh, that's easy. They made it so easy that you're probably brain dead and boring because it's not challenging. And oh, this only covers N5 to N4, but we know that there's N5 through N1 and HSK1 through HSK6, and then all the rest is optional, or something like that. That is probably the hottest thing. And I think it is very difficult to be at the developer side of things and say, well, it's a process. And that's usually what I default to. It's a process. If you are past N5 and N4 and you still want to play this game, the point of criticism is not that it doesn't cover N3 to N1. Or you don't like the gameplay loop, but the gameplay loop has to be built in a manner that is repetitious enough for retention, right? And since you don't like the gameplay loop, you decide there are better ways to do this gameplay loop. Here are other examples, and it's taken out of context and is beyond the scope of the game's mechanical design for comprehensiveness and challenge. If it's not challenging to you, you can choose to make it more challenging and or choose something else. I think a criticism when it comes to how challenging something is and how comprehensive it is classical to pretty much most of the post-internet world now. Largely because expectations expect that you spend $1, it has to offer you the universe. That's how expectations levy each other. It's an exaggeration, but at the same time, I can't help but think emotionally that's where that's coming from. So all of them line up to this, like nearly exclusively. The thing, it boils down to one of the most trendiest comments or questions or piece of rhetoric that I hear too much. Why does this exist? As though, but you might be thinking, oh yeah, I want to hear what this person says about this, but they don't. They actually say all their grievances as a confirmation bias for why it shouldn't exist, not answering the question of why there are so many other people who like this product, and then why did the developer make this product? Have you asked the developer and understand from their perspective? No, it's your own personal op-ed on your grievances. And yet, in the face of all that is reality, most people enjoy this product and therefore it exists. And a developer made this product because they thought creating something to contribute to language learning should exist. Yeah, and like, why does it exist? Spend some time showing some empathy and connecting with people who create things that you consume that you yourself do not have the maybe effort or curiosity to create yourself, right? That's kind of why I like to highlight design and trying to understand the developer, because I'm not making this stuff. It is great to encourage developers, especially Erik Andersen and Ryan, I've got his last name, but Ryan from Shashinko, and all the Wagatabi staff have, I'm not sure they're their real names. I think they're pseudonyms like Amataratsu and Izanagi are one of the more active developers. Those people are bringing something that you yourself are not spending time doing. So when you're criticizing a product without understanding this question, why does this exist? It's interesting how little time you care about a product that you're using or not using, that or disgruntledly using. And most of the negative content and discussions and negativity, it's like being righteous. It's almost as though it's a nocebo effect. They were expecting it to fail, so therefore they trudge along it in order to make a hyperbolic statement that was voluntarily self-induced, and nearly force the developers to relent by saying, I'm sorry you feel that way, you can refund the game, and that's it. Like, those individuals tend to try to beat the developer into submission by saying, well, in the end of the day, you get to choose to refund your game. And I'm not one of them, so I don't voluntarily choose to do something that I inherently want to, quote unquote, waste my time. So in no way am I saying I can ever imagine myself being in a position like that. Unless I'm coerced and forced into it. This is a voluntary decision, right? And lastly, one last thing, which I did hear valid. I actually heard Andersen read Erik Andersen's response to this. And the very last thing that I kind of am looking for is retention, right? Or not retention, but reinforcements. What are reinforcements? Methods of reinforcement. And I would like to think oftentimes it's the gameplay loop when it comes to video games. Right? That's related to it's reinforcement. However, edutainment games have often used references. So references and databases feel like a very common thing. References and databases. So would be very curious if maybe Erik will implement more references and databases, integrate references and databases, and that's gonna end up raising things like Anki, some sort of SRS integration and whatnot. So we'll see if that's in there. And I'm a little over time. I went a little 30 minutes over time. But yes, yeah, that kind of summarizes my thought process right now. Yep. How well we're gonna manage to do all of this stuff is going to be interesting. But yes, now we can begin our journey into, so to speak. I wanted to give a fair shake, address some hot takes. Wanted to get to know the developers a little bit more. This offers the opportunity to kind of maybe differentiate my motivations from other individuals. We're gonna get into it. Thank you for chilling and listening to this opening opinions to, so to speak. Right? Let me get started. Give me a sec. All right. Let's check audio levels. That's an okay amount of sound, right? The music's great, by the way, especially the title screen music. Place it like here, and obviously you have a choice of romaji, which will leave off by default, and it looks like it's by default. So that answers that question. I still don't know if Shashinko has a romaji, but oftentimes it's preferred that you're already working with kana at the minimum. And imagine furigana would be in this. Go in, level select right off the bat. Shinkansen. That's some brown noise right there. And I imagine that castle in the back is supposed to be like something like Osaka Castle. Okay. Drag your yellow... Okay, so we have English, right? Drag your yellow Japanese word onto its English meaning. And we have Deguchi. Alright. Where do I do that? Match blanking yellow. So like, take this. Ooh, the music's great. It's like beta wavy. Beta, gamma wavy music. So lots of high, drawn out ringing to give you like that very spacey feel, like Wanderlust feel. Some percussion. It might be a little bit louder than I expected. It's okay. We'll adjust that. What? Oh, interesting. And then it has exit and mouth. Yeah. You do not have to pronounce this yet. Oh, intriguing. So they're separating the stuff. All right. Okay, so there's the lookup. Oh, and they're separate entries. Okay. All right. Click and drag the background to move. Uh-huh. Go on. Okay. So are we just dragging this now to this? I see. Okay. Go on. Let's okay. All right. So we click on stuff, right? Eki. And that should end up in our few more words. Ah, okay. All right, irikuchi. Okay. And then they tell you how many phrases. Okay. Click the speech bubble. Drag the words to its English meaning. Ah, okay. So you overhear someone. Iriguchi. Yep. Oh, that's interesting sounding.
Iriguchi.
Oh, two people.
Iriguchi.
It sounds interesting. Interesting. So we drag this.
入り口
Alright, iriguchi. It's kinda on the louder side. Okay. I think that's controls the voice, possibly.
入り口
It's fine. Wait. Oh, and then there's furigana.
入り口
Iriguchi. Oh, I could hear the hallway effect. So the recording is in a louder, hang on.
入り口
Yeah, I can. Wait, can I? Wait,
入り口
can I hear the separate things?
入り口
No. There was a slight hallway effect on the recording. Okay. 公园, right? 公园. Koen.
公園
Yep. Hallway effect. Oh, that's kind of cute. Koen. Yeah. The audio is recorded in like a wider space, so you can kind of hear the sound bouncing off the wall.
公園
Koen. Okay. I can click on this. Oh, there's N. Can I? Oh, it's just N? Wait. What about Ko? What about public? Six phrases left.
公園
New phrases. Ko and okay. Oh, okay.
園
There's the N part. What about the public part? Ko? No ko? Okay. I see. Oh, I forgot. I can drag. That's right. I can drag around in the environment. That's right. So Deguchi, right?
出口
Nothing for De. Nothing assigned to De. It's kind of different. Makes sense.
駅
Icky.
駅
Fair enough. Okay, and then that completes that. Alright. So get out of the station. A park is nearby. Wouldn't be surprised if a park is nearby. Jinja.
神社
Okay.
神社
Jinja. Okay. Do I have to. Oh,
神社
okay. I have to match the furigana to the kana to the kanji. Okay. It's an entrance to a shrine. Oh, I didn't realize you can click on this stuff. No tori. Okay, alright. Click the book on the lower right screen to drag words from the book onto signs. Ah, okay. I see. So that's how we're doing. Alright. So jinja.
神社
Right. And then eki.
駅
The music's great. That's kind of like my jam. A lot of great background. Alright. So yeah, that makes sense. Iriguchi is the other way and Jinja is this way. Makes sense for signs.
Iriguchi.
Iriguchi, Jinja.
Jinja.
Let's see if we can apply some of our WaniKani stuff. So we just got Jin actually recently, Jin, and then Ja. So it is Shin and Jin for this, and it's the God radical. You humble yourself to God, get on your shins, right? Get on your shins, and good thing you're wearing jeans. So Jin, then Shin, and then Sha for company, and you're bearing, and then the shaman comes by, and it's Ja because it's Rentaku. Jinja. Right? Some things to integrate what I'm thinking in my head, anyways. What I'm thinking in my head at the same time. Alright. So we have Ko and... Oh. Wait. Do I just... What is that telling me?
公園
Okay. Ko and... Okay. Okay. Iriguchi.
入り口
Would be kind of awesome to have a pitch pattern. A pitch pattern here to match the person speaking. Himi. Interesting. Himi. That's a interesting way to... I don't know the read he for that character. So...
Himi
Himi. Intriguing. Can I get a breakdown? Alright. That's fine. And then Deguchi.
出口
Okay. Can I click on anything here? Alright. Oh, that was chapter 1? Oh no. I think we might could blow through this fairly quickly. So Himi, interesting. Himi. Only have Ko and Ji. No He. But that's the character I think about. Alright, so we're going to Himi. Start here. Yokoso. Yokoso Himi. And then they omitted the particle. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe Yokoso Himi is sufficient.
ようこそ
Yokoso. Okay. Welcome.
ようこそ
And then I guess I take the book and use Himi.
日々 ようこそようこそ日々
Yokoso Himi. Yeah. Neat. Alright. Alright. Go on. Go on. Himi Eki. Click on the river to get a clue. It's a river. Okay. Kawa. Oh. This way? Click on the river to get a clue. Like it's a river. Okay. Now what do I do? Okay. Oh, I see. That's what they mean. And then, so does that mean I can drag it onto this? Kawa. And then, oh. Wait. And then I take the book and do this?
Himi.
Gotcha. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like it. And then we take Imi and Eki. I see.
Himi.
That explains the book.
Eki. Himi eki.
Imi-eki. So that's kind of a record keeping, right? This is a reference thing for potential retention, but it's like very vanilla. Like there's no reinforcement or anything, but having this is a reference material. All right, cool. Hold the right mouse button to see what you can click on. Ah, we have the Rocksteady investigator site. I'm kidding. But what you can interact with. Okay. So let's see. Himishi. Probably Himishi. So we can break this apart or together. Oh, okay. And then we take Himi. Or can we just throw it on here? Oh,
Himi.
yeah. Okay. Oh, that means I need something to represent. Say maybe this person will provide. Hashi. Nope. This is a bridge. Hashi. I'm referring to so.
Hashi.
Hashi. And I need to find bridge somewhere. Like this?
Hashi.
Hashi. Okay. Alright. How do I do city? Oh, no. I can just... No? I guess you don't need to get all the breakups? Maybe? Kawa. Yep. I just...
Kawa.
Alright, so we got Kawa. School. Himi gakko. Okay. Gakko. Alright. Then we match it with the kanji. Yeah, gakko. And then... Oh, and... Okay.
Gakko.
I see. Gakko. Okay. Neat. What the heck? The forest? Do we have Morie somewhere? Hold up. So Himi school.
Himi. Himi gakko.
Himi gakko. Okay. Oh, and then you can just advance if you're not looking. Okay. It's a restaurant that sells udon. Okay. Himi udon. And it's spelled out in, yep. Got it. Udon. That's kind of cute that they got that the family thing really comes into it, huh? Udon. Noodles. Newt. Okay. So now we click on this, right? And then we take what? Udon. And Himi.
Himi udon.
Himi udon.
Eki
Oops.
iriguchi.
Eki iriguchi. Oh. Oh, that's kind of... Okay, so they mix it up a bit. Okay. So can I take the whole thing? Yep. Or eki
Eki
eki irikuchi. We're just gonna take the entrance,
入り口
right? And then maybe this
駅
eki irikuchi. And then we take the whole thing again, or no? I think it says question mark. Combine. Nope. Just kidding. Just kidding. We'll just click on the next one. Now how do we do this? We can do it this way. Himi.
日々
Himi. And eki. Himi eki.
駅
That's fine.
入り口駅入り口
Eki iriguchi. Right? Now we have
駅出口
Eki deguchi. That's kind of interesting. So you're overhearing, but you're only picking up. It's not like full dialogue. You're just picking up keywords, right? That you would listen for, which is definitely a way to go about this.
駅出口
Okay.
出口
Deguchi.
駅 駅出口駅出口
Right. Eki deguchi. Okay. Eki. Just
駅
okay. Flap. Oh, there's Mori. Mori Hoteru. Okay.
森ホテル
Mori Hoteru. Attraction for myself. Mori Hoteru. Mori Hoteru.
森ホテル
Okay, and then Mori
ホ
Hoteru.
テル
And then I see.
ホテル森ホテル
Yeah, Mori Hoteru. Alright, alright, okay. Nice. Hikari. Light. Hikari.
光
Hikari. You can use the middle mouse button to. Oh! Oh, that is a world of difference. Oh, okay. Alright, alright.
駅
Icky. Sure. Got you.
駅
I go into the station.
タクシ
Taxi. Okay.
タクシー
Chillin'. Ooh.
駐車場
駐車場. I didn't get chu yet. Yeah, 駐車場. 駐車場. Okay. Yeah. 自動車. What am I looking at? Just the huge space itself? Wait, let me click on this. Oh, the separate things. Okay. Okay, we got the car. Can we highlight the place? How do we do place? This general location?
駐車
Yeah, park car. But yeah, interesting. Okay, let's go over here. 自動車. Okay. So, oh, that means I can okay. Automatic car. So, can't get, oh, Joel. How do you do Joel?
南口
Minamiguchi. Okay. South entrance.
口
Guchi. Right. And Minami.
南口
Right. And then we have to do this. Right.
口南
Right. So dialogues and trees. Dialogue, like, there are two ways, and then you do them both in order to reinforce. 2 ways for each. What do you Kuruma. That's kind of cute.
車
The kids sound really cute. Kuruma.
自動車
Jidosha. Yep. We can use
自
it.
動車
Jidosha. Same. Bus.
バス
Okay. Basu no riba. That doesn't say basu no riba. Hikari. Ooh. Maybe. Hikari eki Minamiguchi. So the place is Hikari, right? So Hikari Station South exit. And then we have Bus Noriba. Oh, where's our kanji for that? Oh, maybe Riba Noriba is typically in Kana. This is a bus stop.
乗り場
Noriba.
乗り場
Yeah, boarding zone. Stop. Okay. And then we have bus.
バス
Basu Noriba.
乗り場バス乗り場
Basu Noriba. Oh, we have this stuff. Where's Hikari? Which is the place. Or light. Okay.
光
Hikari Eki. Oh, I think you can match anything, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, you can match anything. Nice. Whoops. So they do subtraction like this. Oh, no. As long as it's green, though. But let's go with, like, the components. So we have Eki.
駅光駅
Hikari Eki. And then Minamiguchi. So...
口
Guchi. Rendaku. Do we have Minami? Did I get Minami? Oh, we did have Minamiguchi, right? But do we have the meaning of Minami? Oh, we do.
南光駅南口
Ikarieki Minamiguchi. Okay. What do we have here? Jitensha. Jitensha. Choshajo. Makes sense.
自転車
自転車
Jitensha. Jitensha. Ne?
自転車
Can I just highlight this general area? No. Because I don't know how to get Joel. It's a place. Where's our parking? No, we don't have parking yet. How do I get you to park? I mean, we got the car.
車
How do we exemplify Joel? Or wait. Oh, okay. Alright, let's just keep going for now.
バス
That's it. Okay.
バス
That's fine.
エレベータ
Elevator. Okay,
エレベータ
that's fine. Escalator.
エスカレータ
Oh, that's kind of cute. Escalator. With an explanation. Right?
ーエ
That's
スカ
that
レー
okay.
タ
Okay. So now we. Right.
ーエスカレータ
Oops. Ah! Wait, come back.
ーエレベータ
Data. Hikari eki.
ー光駅
Okay, so you can go both ways and then taxi.
タクシー
Alright. Okay, so how do I do
駐車場
Oh wait. How do I do place? In a ha wait, hold up. Let's think about this for a moment. Oh, it's underneath. Okay. Oh, wait. I can use my investigator site. That doesn't help. Wait. What? All right. Can I just highlight the place? Maybe I can highlight the whole thing.
駐車場
Use schedule, just the whole place. Parking lot, okay. That's fair. They weren't gonna break down the things, okay. Alright. I got you. Oh, that's cool.
池と石
Ike to ishi. Ike, pond, to ishi, and stones. Pond and stones. Nani? Nani kore? What? Oh.
石
Oh, I had to click on. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I had to click
Oh.
on.
石池池と石
Yeah, iketo ishi. Okay, cool. Cool. All right. Kito ishi. Okay. Ki
石
ishi. And the heck? And can I? There it is.
と
Okay, I guess that's one way to do it. Tree and stone. All right. Basu do taxi. Okay. I got you.
バス
Basu
タクシー
taxi.
とバスとタクシー
Basu do taxi.
バスと車
Kuruma.
バス
Basu
車
kuruma.
とバスと車
All right. Oh, there's some serious dopamine from all the matching. Interesting. Jitensha to kuruma. Oh, okay.
車
What? Really? Okay.
自転車
Jitensha
車
kuruma and
と自転車と車
jitensha to kuruma hana
木と花
ito hana. Oh, yeah. Kito. Ki to no ki
木
hana.
花と木と花
To hana and then
花
I have to click on this.
花
Oh, I need a visual confirmation. Yes. What time is it? Okay. Kawa to hashi. Okay.
川
Kawa
橋
hashi.
と川と橋
To hashi. Hashi to ike.
池と道
Ike to michi. Oh, ike to michi. All right, michi,
道
ike,
池
and then the
と
I don't know how I
Ike to
feel
michi.
about conjunctions though, having to go into my book for conjunctions. Okay.
橋
Hashi,
池
ike,
と橋と池
shito, ike. All right, cool. Look at these little. You know what's a little bit it's kind of void of warmer colors. What am I getting at? Oh, like glowy yellowish, you know, like it's void of orange. And I mean, there are some reds, but the place is kind of, it's like it feels like a rainy, dreary day without like glowing, some warm colors in it, like a sun or something. Oh, that's chapter 2. Okay. How many chapters are in this game? 16? We'll do one more, right? We'll do one more. 16. So how many days do I have? Oh, I don't have that many days actually, because WaniKani is gonna spike at some point. So we'll keep it to 5 days maybe. This music is great. Honestly, Man, I'm really feeling this music. Okay. All right. Oh. Bori?
鳥だ
Borida. Okay, so they use the casual form. Right. Borida.
鳥
Oh. How do we do da? Like it's present? It exists. Oh, maybe I click on... How do you do exist? Can I click on it? It is a bird. Okay, that's
だ
fine.
鳥だ
That's fine. Torita. Alright. Okay, we got sakana.
魚だ
Sakana da. Aw, that guy sounds like an older, almost like grandfather figure.
魚
Sakana. Can I click on... Ah,
だ魚だ
Sakana da. The mix-up is pretty good. I like how I think I hear 7 voices, I think, so far, and they kind of cycle through them. But they're also segregated by age and like age, the thing you're clicking on, and then when you're reviewing. I'm not sure it cycles like one pool or one not, but it's kind of neat. I like the different voices. Thank you. Bicicleta?
自転車だ
Jidensha da. Bicicleta.
自転車
I guess what is the closest thing to this? Hay una bicicleta? No, that would be like are, or like are ano, or are wa jidensha da. I guess just bicicleta. Oh, you know, es bicicleta. Okay. How do I think the easier way.
だ自転車だ
Jidensha da. Eh? Kuruma da.
車だね
Kuruma da ne. Oh.
車
And then da ne.
だね車だね
Ah, kuruma da ne. Okay, so they just straight up bypass it. I'm like, how do you do ne? Other than click on the R with an English thing. Ooh, gato. Hey Mao, right? Hey Mao. 这是一只黑猫。
猫だ
Neko da.
猫
No black. I click on you.
だ猫だ
Neko da. 非常 dangerous? What is that? I was expecting like, no, it's not dangerous. Okay. How do you wait, hold
非
up.
常ボタンだ
Hijo? Hijo? Can I hit that again?
非常ボタンだ
Budanda. Hijo budanda. Interesting.
非常ボタンだ
Hijo budanda. Hijo? But how would you illustrate this? Wait. Oh. really? Oh no, I'm not even sure. That's interesting. Oh, botan. Oh, botan. That. Yeah, button.
ボタン
Botan, and then dot.
だ
Interesting. Oh, really? Emergency. Huh. And
非
I
常ボタンだ非常ボタンだ
Joe Botanda. Neat. Ah, that's interesting. Hijo ends up being That's so interesting. Fei Cheng has become emergency. Very or extreme? Extreme. I guess extreme would be an emergency, right? Interesting.
海だね。
Umidane. Umi
海
da. Anya da.
だ
海だね
海だね
The emphasis. Umidane. Alright.
赤信号だ。
赤信号だ。赤信号だ。So, oh, I thought it was crosswalk or something. Ne? Wait. Akashin. Oh, wait. No, I know what that is. Oh.
信号
Shingo. Oh, it is. Oh, Aka. Oh, it doesn't do the IO. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Whoops. Can I take the red, please? Do I have anything else that's red? Oh, the signal is red. Okay. Wait. Let me. Okay. Alright, buddy.
赤信号だ。
Oh, so maybe I click on no.
デコカフェ
Echo Cafe. Stop! How?
カフェ
Cafe Neko.
猫カフェ
Alright, we're good.
カフェ猫カフェ
Okay. Now, how do I click on just the red?
赤信号だ。
I only want the red part. Wait, do I have to zoom in? Can I?
赤
Oh,
赤信号
oh, I see. Okay, I needed to overlap with the
だ
red.
赤信号だ
Akashingoda. Oh, makes sense now. Akashingoda. I thought it was referring to the traffic light and or the pole. I'm like, what the heck? Akashingoda. Okay. Basu Noriba. Okay. Noriba, can I? Ugh! Wait.
バ
Okay, but how do I nori you? Oh, wait, I can just use my book. We'll use nori.
乗り場
Basu.
バス
Okay.
バス乗り場だ
Basu nori bada. Okay.
乗り場 バスだバス乗り場だ
Basu no ribada. Interesting. So they use B as well. Alright. What do we have here? Basuda. Basuga aru. Okay, nice.
バス
How the heck? Alright, we gotta click on this, right? It is a bus, so we got. Oh, it.
あるがバスがある
Okay, so they're bypassing predicates. Not predicates, particles. Also got it. Okay.
木がある
You got it.
木
Can I just. It exists?
あるが木がある
You got it. Okay. Are we talking about the bathroom here?
トイレがあるよ
Toire. Okay. Toire ga aru yo. Uh,
トイレ
Toilet. Toilet. Guess. We use is.
あるがよトイレがあるよ
Yeah. And another emphasis. Toilet ga. Toilet ga aru yo. Oh, and it's here too. Okay.
トイレあるがトイレがある
Okay. Yeah, Deguchi. Yeah, we can just type the Romaji, I suppose.
出口
Oh, you know what? I'm actually kind of curious if this is compatible. Let's find out. I doubt it, but it would be impressive. Nope. Wait. Oh no. It might be. Hold up. Does this take IME? Nope. Nope. Okay. I was curious if it took IME. Oh, wait. It kind of did. Oh, hold up. But it doesn't display it. Wait. So if I type like Hana, right? Wait. Maybe it doesn't. It doesn't play nice with the. It doesn't play nice with the Windows one. How about what if I like type kanji and then no, okay. It's fine. Romaji will work. That's what. Let's have multiple ways to do this, right?
島がある
Shima? Shima ga aru. Oh. Shima.
島あるが島がある
Shima ga aru.
駐車場がある
駐車場がある. Okay.
駐車場あるが駐車場がある
Okay.
駐車場
Maybe we do aru.
あるが
That's kind of cut off.
出口だよ
ドアがある. Deguchi da yo. That's cute. Okay. Is there a door? I need to find a door. Oh no, can I use this door? Okay.
ドア
Door.
あるがドアがある
Okay.
出口だよ。
Let's do Deguchi.
出口
Da yo. Oh, da.
だよ出口だよ
Deguchi da yo. Okay. Alright, what do we have here?
魚がいる。
Iru. Sakana ga iru. Alright, so now we're doing animate. I wonder if they differentiate.
魚
So we got sakana.
いるが
There it is.
魚がいる
Animate object. Sakana ga iru.
魚がいる。
焼き魚があるね。
Sakana ga iru? Sakana ga yaki sakana ga aru ne? Oh, okay. Yaki
焼き魚
sakana. Grilled fish. Yaki sakana. And I guess we can do. We'll use this way.
あるがね焼き魚があるね
Arune. Yaki. More like a question, right? Yeah. Yaki saka? Maybe? Is that person asking questions actually?
魚がいる。
焼き魚があるね。
Can I hold? Hold?
焼き
Oh, wait. Whoa. Okay, I haven't. Okay, so
魚
sakana. Can I not? It's grilling.
や
Wait. Maybe whatever this guy's holding on to? No. Okay, so how do I go? Ah, yes.
焼き
Okay.
焼き
Alright.
や
Okay.
魚
Sakana and iru.
いるが魚がいる
Yeah, that is a. Oh, they do add question marks. Okay. Sakana ga iru. Yaki sakana ga aru ne. Aru ne. They're green, right? They're green, so we're fine. Nice. Grilled fish. Delightful. Oh. The heck? Perils. What the heck is that goober doing?
犬がいる。
Inu.
犬
Iru.
いるが犬がいる
Inu ga iru. Okay. Oh, inu. Oh, inu koen. Inu
犬
koen.
公園犬公園
Inu koen.
犬公園があるよ。
Inu koen ga aru yo.
公園犬
Inu I think if we type B, no. How about exist or is? There we go. That's how we do it. Wait, no, that's not how we do it. Oh, that's fine. This works.
あるがよ犬公園があるよ
Okay.
猫がいる。
猫カフェがあるね。
猫カフェがあるね。猫. Alright, I guess I can just dang it. 猫.
猫
いる。
いるが猫がいる
Mm-hmm. And then we have Neko. Neko Cafe, actually.
猫
Heck!
カフェ
Cafe. Aru. Oh.
ある
The heck?
猫カフェがあるね
Okay. Alright. Oh. This is a big scene. Kuma ga iru. Wait. Hold. Tsui? Chui? Interesting. What does chui mean? Idea? Or idea? Kuma.
い
What the? E? I just wanted the Kuma. Up.
クマが
Iru.
いるクマがいる
Kuma ga iru. Interesting. This must be different. Interesting. Can I break you down? Can't.
クマがいる
Kuma ga iru. Yeah, that's a good
ク
question.
マ
Kuma.
いるがクマがいるクマ
Okay. Careful. I would have thought of like, I don't know. I don't know. Kioskete or something. Kioskete. Okay.
鳥がいるよ。
焼き鳥があるよ。
Yakitori. I just realized that yakitori kind of the grilled bird. Okay. So yakitori,
焼き鳥
yakitori. Skewers. Okay. All right. How do you?
あるがよ焼き鳥があるよ
And then the other person's like, "Hey, look, there's a bird." And it's like grilled chicken, grilled chicken skewers.
鳥
Howdy. They're looking in opposite directions. Like, boy, howdy.
いるがよ鳥がいるよ
Perfect couple right there. One's looking at food and the other one's looking at this bird watching.
人がいる。
人がいる。人 people? 人
人
Okay. Okay.
いるが人がいる
Alright. Who's left out here? Show yourself. Oh,
焼き鳥
yakitori. Interesting. It's in kana, yakitori. Okay.
木がないね。
Higa nai ne. Oh, sad.
木
Rice tree. But not there? How do we not there it? No tree. Okay.
な
No.
いがね木がないね
Ikanai ne. Okay. No cars there. Oh, they're using negation now. I see.
車がない
Okay. I guess we can do kuruma. Kuruma
車
and then nai not exist.
ないが車がない
Kuruma ga nai. Toire ga nai. Oh, sad face. Okay. Now we can use our dictionary.
ない
Toire.
トイレがトイレがない
Toire ga nai.
鳥がいるよ。
Tori ga iru yo. Okay.
Tori.
Tori.
いるがよ
Tori ga iru yo. Ooh. What's happening here?
卵があるね
Tamago. Tamago ga aru ne. Yeah, tamago. Wait. How can I... It's an egg. Aren't those eggs? Let me click on... Alright, we can do it this way.
卵
Tamago.
あるがね卵があるね
Tamago ga aru ne.
鳥がいないね。
鳥がいないね. Oh.
鳥
How do I... How do I illustrate? Like maybe iru?
いが
And then nai. A conjugation. Oh.
ない 鳥がいないね
Inai ne. Gotcha.
エレベーターがない
階段があるよ。
Kaidan ga aru yo. That is most definitely a kaidan.
階段 あるがよ階段があるよ
Kaidan ga aru yo. Wait. Elevator.
エレベータ
Elevator. Nai. Ga nai.
ーないがエレベーターがない、
はい。え？駐車場ではない。Oh, someone's getting a ticket? Maybe not.
駐車場ではないよ。
ではないよ。駐車場。Guess we can just.
駐車場
駐車場ではないよ。How do we do this? Just take ない
ないではよ
では ask
駐車
for.
場ではないよ
Interesting. Picked out the dewa. No separation of formal and informal context yet. Hmm.
ないでは駐車場ではない
They were night. Okay.
いないいないば
Inai. 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 Ah. So, not exist, not exist. Emphasis? I don't.
Nai. Nai.
And then we have iru. Or we can do inai.
Inai.
And inai.
Inai.
Ooh. Oh. Okay.
Inai nai ba.
Nai nai ba. Cute. What do you
電
guys want?
車ないね。
ないね。電車ないね。We got 電車, right? No, we don't have 電車. Okay. Okay, that works.
電車。ないね。電車ないね。
電車ないね. All right. Who's still like avoiding me? Oh. Iki. Oh. Oh, this might be Oh.
駅。
Interesting.
いない。
Intriguing. Oh, no attendant.
が。
Station attendant. What is this? Wait. Oh, I can't get it yet because there's no. Oh, okay. All right. I don't have this character yet. We got a new kanji. Okay. Ticket to ticket to Uriba? Get ticket. How do we ooh, okay. Alright, sure. Oh, there's Dencha.
電車。
Oh, that's an interesting looking train.
電車乗り場です。
Densha Noriba desu. Okay. A Densha
電
right there.
車。
And we have Noriba.
乗り場。
How the heck do you do des? Now we're doing formal. Let's use
です
that. Desu. The heck? Oh, wait. Come on.
ば。
Let me. Okay, fine.
乗り場。乗り場。電車乗り場です。
Densha Noriba desu. Okay, so we suddenly shift to. We suddenly shift to formal. So now we shift to formal. Toire ga arimasu ne. Can we do like aru into this?
あります。
Okay, I see.
トイレが。トイレがあります。
So you can see the relationship between the predicates. Ba family. Oh, family. 動物園. Okay, so we have family zoo right there. And then family.
ファミリー
family 動物園. Okay.
チケット売り場です。
Wait. Ticket. I can't ticket. Oh, what the? I can't. Okay. It's fine. Okay. Okay.
トナ
Otona. Can I Otona you? Are you not an Otona? Okay. Hold up. How do I end? Oh my. Oh wait. God, nailed it. Otona. And this.
です
Okay. Kodomo. Wait, that's not Kodomo. Is that Kodomo? Uh-oh. Send help. Whoops. Dang you. Okay.
です
N. Oh, I don't know it yet. That doesn't... I think that looks like Kodomo. Okay. What else we got? Kumayama? Kumasan?
Kuma
No pronunciation yet, okay. Zo, yeah, elephants. Zo no kazoku. Zo no kazoku ga imasu. Is.
ゾ
Zo. I can't. Kazuto. Kazoku. 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 Can't do that. Oh. Wait.
ウのいますが
Oh, no. Okay. No stuff.
象の家族です。
ゾウの家族です。ね?
ゾ
家族。家族。
家族の
Yeah, so this definitely assumes that you know kana.
です
At
象
least in
の
my
家族
opinion.
です
Knowing kana definitely, or knowing kana kind of makes this thing manageable. Might be a slight different experience for others. Kyo kame wa imasen. Okay. How do you illustrate today? The heck?
カメ
Kame. Okay. Oh, I can't do that? Oh, okay. How? Do I have dialogue? I don't have dialogue. Okay. Toire.
トイレ
Arimasen? No. But we can use arimasu.
ありは
Toire wa arimasen. How the heck do you arimasen things? Maybe what? Alright, Dion. Okay, we're doing Dion.
ライオン
Dion.
ライオンがいます。
Dion ga arimasu. Ga imasu.
ライオン
Iru?
います。
がライオンがいます
Okay. Are those penguins? Penguins. How do you do? Penguin. Yo. Wait. Penguin. Show. Penguins. Yeah, penguins. I forgot how Second Benedict Cumberbatch said it. Penguins or in that. Okay, so penguin show ne no iriguchi. 入り口があります。Okay.
ショー
Oh, penguin show. Oh, I thought it was one thing. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Yeah, penguin. Okay. Penguin show. Okay.
入り口
入り
の
口あります。ある。I can't do existence without.
ありますが
Okay. And then, yes.
ペンギンショーの入り口があります
ペンギンショーの入り口があります。Whoa. Okay. Restaurant. Oh yeah. Restaurant があります。Okay. Let's go grab our restaurant here.
レストラン
Restaurant and ある。Where me ある。
ありますが
Okay.
レストランがあります
キリン Wait. キリンキリンがいます。おー。
キリン
います。
がキリンがいます
キリンの子供がいるね。
キリンの子供がいるね。Oh, there's where I can get 子供。But how do I do
キ
this?
リン
Kirin? Can I do like 子供? I can't 子供 anything. Can I 子供 you? Oh no, wait, hold up.
子供の
子供 and then we can いるです。いるです。
いるがねキリンの子供がいるね
キリンの子供がいるね。Neat. So now we've covered formal. Formal. So we did casual negation, formal negation, or like formal negation, and then now we do like formal, traditional, or we did like traditional negation, and then formal. How do I... This part is kind of weird. How do I express today? Where would I ever get the unit for today? Oh! I'm like completely blind to English right now. I'm like, where do I get today? It's on the sign. Jeez. Oh boy. But
いは
how do I get masen? Oh, maybe no?
ません。いません。
I see. I see. I'm like, how do I illustrate today? Like, well, it's on the translation. So wait. So I can masen this. Masen this, what is the entry for masen? Just not? Okay. Fair enough.
ません。ありません。トイレはありません。
Alright. So what do we got? Restaurant.
レストラン。
Okay. Oh
チケッ
jeez.
ト売り場です
Chiketto. How do I chiketto? Uriba des. We can do uriba. Ne? No. Son of a bee sting? How do I... Oh wait, hold up. Let's think about this. How do I get a chiquetto? How do I figure out... Oh, maybe I just click on this. Yes.
売り場
Uriba. Cells. That's stating kana. Uri is the cell, and then ba. And that makes sense. Uriba, place for it. Yeah, fair enough.
チケット
Chiquetto.
です。チケット売り場です。
Chiquetto uriba des. And then we can just whoop.
売り場
チケット。チケット売り場。
These are getting more elaborate. Okay. Next one. Oh, okay. Oh, why is chapter 4 so tiny? Or commands. Oh, they actually describe. I just realized. Learn how to say basic words. Talk about more than one thing. Cool. Talk about what is there and not. And then it does the animate, inanimate. And then they also switched formal and casual. You know what? Let's do chapter 4. Yeah, let's do chapter 4 as well. Commands. In what way? Oh my gosh, they're animated now.
走らないで
Ashiranai Do not run. Do not run, you little pipsqueak.
柱。ない。
How the heck do you do that? The act of running?
橋。
How the... Wait, how do you illustrate that? The child is the... Oh. Naide. Oh, okay, not to... Okay. That's fine. That makes sense. That's good enough. Do not enter, please. Irichinai? No. Iranai de kudasai. Right. Enter. Kudasai. Oh, interesting. For want? That's fair enough.
ないで。
Yeah, please. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it might be Haida. No, no, no. Ira. Iranai. Iranai works. Oh, Haida kinda works though as well.
押して
押してね Oh, os. Push, yeah.
押して押して
Oste. To push. Osu. But in a command form. Oshite. Okay.
お水ください。
Oh, mizu kudasai. Oh. Where's do I... Can I just... I like the... the river? You have water? Okay.
お水
Mizu kudasai. Please? I wanted to register with is. Okay. Kudasai.
くださいお水ください
Mizu kudasai.
食べて。
Tabete? Eat? What do you... Is that not a drink?
食べて
That kind of looks like a drink. Tabete, okay. What the... Ooh. Interior.
椅子に座ってね。
椅子に座ってね。座ってね。Please sit down on the seat. In your seat. Your little heckin' pep.
椅子
And then 座って. Oh, the heck? Oh, wait. How the heck do you illustrate 座って eating cake? The table. Ah, there it is.
座ってね椅子に座ってね
Yeah. 椅子に座ってね. Yeah, yeah, heckin' pep child. Aw, it's such a small unit on commands. All right, that's pretty good. I thought maybe it's a short unit, but it's like a long, big area. So we got a pace. There are 4 chapters, right? I mean, we did 4 chapters. We have like so we do 4 chapters each day. That's 4 days. That'll sync us up with the peak day for WaniKani, the next peak day. Level up day, I think. We'll see. And these sessions aren't going to be as long, like 1 hour to 2 hours, less than 2 hours. That would put me at around 8 hours, right, total. Here we do Spanish, because we skipped Duolingo Spanish today, largely because I wanted to do the opening opinions section, which took about an hour and a half. And then we added another hour to this. Is there a timer in this game? Wait. Not particularly. Tonami. Okay. So what did I discover? I discovered 1 new kanji that I don't have actually in all across the source, and that was attendant. In attendant, eki. I don't have a... There's no read on it yet. Interesting. Oh, there you have it. The music is great. I really like the music. Like even the menu system. Wait, can we get to the menu system? The menu, this menu. I like great menu music. Wait, can we hear it? Please? Don't do this. Oh, it might actually be... Oh no, I think it's part of the background unit. So it might have been chapter 3 or something. Yeah, really great music. And there's like fade in and fade out. Alright. That's day 1. What can I glean from this? It's interesting how they went about it, because the way they circumvent things that you can't illustrate, right? You can't illustrate or demonstrate, you use with clues. So you're expecting to think like, oh, I'm English. You're like, or not, I'm English. I speak English. So you have to you can click on like things, right? It's like, oh, hey, it is a bicycle in English. And then you hear someone say something, right? Like, oh, okay. So that must have something to do with the idea that it is a... So it still leverages the idea that you have English or you have other languages. I'm actually not sure what languages support. Or if there are plans for future support for language. Actually, let me look at... It's only English. So it's only English as a point of reference. And that kind of makes sense, because scaling this as a one-person team, or maybe even having collaborators, can be tough. Localization, some people may relegate it to a company, but that's a forward investment. And I happened to have an anecdote of someone who actually went and did that initiative, and honestly, it kind of sucks, because if you're hiring a company to do the localization, it costs money. That's for an investment that actually gets really diminished return outside English. Maybe sometimes Spanish in terms of Japanese learning things. But you'll get the comment where someone's like, oh, can we have a French localization and stuff. And Shashinko, that dev, they're using their Discord to recruit people and collaborate on trying to proofread the localization for Shashinko. I mean, as a language thing, I suppose that's one area on repurposing what's here. I enjoy it. The music, whatever the music loop is, it's fantastic. I wonder who made it. Erik Andersen said it's contribution of family and friends, like even those people are speaking. So I'm actually kind of curious, just listening to the people, the voice samples that they have. I wouldn't be surprised if Erik Andersen is either related and or have friends who are Japanese or Japanese related. It would be interesting if their family and friends and Erik turns out to be someone who has relations with Japanese culture and whatnot. Not too much is known, but I look forward to if he continues to add stuff. This is very modular. It's incredibly modular too. Modular to the point where you could kind of see, much like Wagotabi, it can be extended really quite well. Shashinko is also modular. Most of these types of game designs tend to be a scene, and it can be scaled up, right? Slowly, provided there's enough support. And can't really emphasize that enough. Generally speaking, most people nowadays take things for granted, in my opinion, conservatively, and they expect an incredible amount of, how I say, content to ratio for their money, right? It's a natural, I guess it's possibly a natural normalization of generative content these days. Anyways, I'll be back tomorrow, probably, hopefully tomorrow, and we'll squeeze in like another 4 chapters, something like that. Yeah, music's great. Voice acting is negotiable. I don't mind that you can hear that it's not quote unquote a professional studio recording. You can hear echoing and whatnot. I think it's quite cute, especially when they got kids involved to pronounce some of this stuff too. The gameplay loop does not change, so that could be an issue for some people. I could see there's no progression of a gameplay loop, and generally lots of learning material when it is viewed as a video game does have that type of evolution, so like the challenge aspect or the constant engagement aspect. So one major criticism when someone treats something as a game and whatnot is probably it's boring, it's repetitious, right? But I can definitely understand that that's not everyone's cup of tea. I mean, I'm someone who used Duolingo, so that's probably a thing. Especially the one, that really negative person, that was one of their major criticisms. In terms of, there was a criticism about how accessible this book is. I can kind of see some of it, sort of, what the person says about the order of priority, but I don't see an issue here. On the search engine, maybe some priority changes, It's very serviceable. All right, folks, that's a wrap for today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? So until next time, you're more than welcome to drop by. If you have a few questions, feel free to drop your hot takes. Be ready for some discussion. I always like discussing while engaging in intellectual exploration. And until then, stay safe, right? Stay healthy, and I'll catch you guys on the next one, right? Take care. Mata ne.